Good evening, and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. Recording starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're off to another great Friday night. Okay, we've got name, anonymous, and sets, ABC, Anonymous Moose, and Arthur. And we should get some more people here in a few minutes. Okay, we're up to a big 10. We'll hang in there for a few minutes, and we should have some more. Anybody that would like to speak, just hit *6 to unmute. And when you're through speaking, please hit *6 to remute. I know there's a lot going on in the news lately. Some of the stuff is getting pretty scary, going back and forth between the Democrats and the Republicans. We'll have to see exactly what happens. Good evening, CPAL, Dee, and Jordan just joined the meeting. We're sitting at 12. You guys can chat. When I see it 20, I'll be right back. Oh, Ann, I just wanted to ask you, did you contact Nicole?
Hi, yes, I did.
Oh, okay. All right, just wanted to know if that was you.
I wanted her to let me have the number for the lady that's got 3 children that's got B2K, but I guess, I don't know. It's all right. I mean, I'm here to help people, and I feel like I'm just getting shut down. I'm not mad at you or anything, but.
Well, that's what she's doing. She's
Okay.
helping the people that call in there.
Okay.
So you're kind of like upstaging her, if you will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. We don't have any guests this evening. It is open mic. I just wanted to remind you all that Ella Free is moving over to Protean, and she has had some significant problems with YouTube.
I just unmuted mine. My name is Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer. How you doing?
Hi. Hanging in there.
Wow. That's all we can do today.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been really rough since Christmas.
Well, that's what they concentrate on, holidays.
Yeah. It was bad.
Yeah, it really gets to be unbearable sometimes.
It was. I had to turn off my husband's phone. There, it's ringing. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I've been together almost 26 years, and he acts like I'm going crazy, of course. That really
Yeah.
hurts.
Yeah, it does. That's the first thing that, the first conclusion that they arrive at, that you've gone totally crazy.
Yeah, I've already been to the hospital. I've already was fortunate enough to not be human trafficked in the situation they're trying to. I've been through hell. And last night I was getting burned, and normally I feel the vibrations and my stomach makes that noise, and and I feel it that way. But my ears ring so bad. First I feel the impact, and then my ears ring really, really bad. Like I'm just sitting on the couch, and you just feel like a push on it, and then a little bit of either pain or heartbeats real fast, and then the ears just immediately start ringing really bad. And this morning, I've only been in this 5 months that I know of for sure, and this morning I woke up. Last night I took a beating to my head a little bit. I've never felt it like that on my head. Just the whatever. And anyway, the wood in this trailer, I could smell the wood burning. They were attacking me so long. And this morning I woke up and my eyes just like half of it just is burnt, like it's burnt, lightly burnt, and it's puffed out. And I think it's from them doing that to my head last night.
Yeah, with me right now, it's memory dampening, or immediate short-term memory dampening. And
for me, yeah. For you?
It's a bummer.
Everybody. Yeah, it's a bummer.
Hear me pause for a long time. It's because they're laughing on the sidelines as they destroy my immediate thought and what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, I hear the laughing and they're happy. Yeah, sucks. I get it. But yeah, I kind of really wanted to get in on this conference call because I'm at this point not sure if I need to leave my home tonight. Like, what if they burn up my other eye? I've been wearing glasses since I was 5 years old. They know everything about me.
Well, it won't do you any good to leave your home. That's it may do you some good to take a drive, get some fresh air, but in terms of leaving your home, they will just follow you.
Oh no, that they definitely do that. I mean, today was really a harsh day, harsh night, harsh day. I literally was the traffic was horrible today. It was literally ridiculous. I'm just a recovering addict. They just need to leave me alone. Just need to leave me be. Yeah. I'm sorry. And someone else need to talk.
Anybody that would like to talk can.
I'm just wondering because I'm pretty new at this, so I know that I can mute. I know I can mute it, and I have done that, and then and then I know it's up to whoever to speak. I guess I know there's 10 people on here besides me.
Well, there's 28. There's 27 now.
27. Wow.
And
yeah,
right.
It was less than that. It was less than that when I chimed in, but this is I'm 50 years old. This is just really stupid. I'm a grandma. It's and there goes it's a noise campaign this evening. Of course, it's going to be this and anyway. So I'm okay. This is what I'm going through right now. So I finally got a job after 5 years, right? But my kid got me a job. So I'm at Subway making sandwiches, just 13, 14 hours a week. Well, I've just been given, my night shift, and I'm going to be closing and walking out by myself, and that's freaking me out. I could do anything else by myself, but when it's dark, I don't go anywhere by myself when it's dark. I don't feel safe. And that's only because of what happened down, that's almost what happened at the casino when I think they thought they had me, and I did not get out of my car, and I ended up driving an hour, to where I was going to my friends, and they pretty much tried to stop me from getting there.
Yeah, what we try to look for here are answers to questions.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
if you'd like to ask, I'd be more than happy to give you my perspective on whatever the question is.
That would be awesome. I guess, I've done so much research. My biggest question actually was pertain to my marriage, and I know that the more I try to show him what's happening, the further apart we're getting, which is what they want. It's crushing me. Like they must have brainwashed him. Either that or I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, a lot of the changes that you feel that are in others around you are actually within yourself. Because, number one, you're a recovering addict. And number two, you are being targeted, and you don't understand why. And there's no real reason in God's world why you are being targeted. So it makes you start to think. And if you have remote neural monitoring or voice to skull, and you're dealing with that and dealing with the people around you, it becomes very difficult.
It does.
Because you're dealing with someone else or two other people that are talking to you all the time. So you may not look yourself in your facial expressions. You may not look yourself in your mannerisms. You may not look yourself at all. You may not act yourself. And then there is the possibility that certain members of your family are getting subliminal messages. There are a number of different factors that lead into it.
Yeah, I know. I've been at a point where I'm kind of just wondering if it's not that as them that's in on it. You know?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people aren't in on it.
Really?
Yeah. In my case, it is myself and two perps.
I think that I definitely have one for sure. Well, probably two or three for sure. But it's two guys and a girl. But anyway, disorganized on the road traffic. What do you think about that? Today was horrible for me.
I think what you need to do is get license plates, get photographic proof, and remember these license plates. If you don't get a shot at them, write them down. And if the same one turns up 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, well, you've got somebody that's following you.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've actually been doing that for quite some time, actually.
Do you have people that are, like, been on your list 5 or 6 times?
Well, I have not got that far yet, but I have been documenting a lot and taking a lot of photographs, and I've been leaving letters to my family members and with names and everything. And so,
sounds like you're going through a lot.
Yeah.
It sounds like this is really horrendous to you, and I do understand. A lot of us are going through that. A lot of us have gotten to the breaking point where we don't understand and we don't know what to do. If I can make a suggestion, if you're in the car and it becomes so overwhelming to you, you cannot figure out what your next move is, pull over. I don't know how spiritual you are. The Bible. Download some kind of a spiritual app. That way you need support. You need
support.
Something higher than yourself. You
I
need
have
a higher
Bible.
power, something to cling on to. When I was a kid, I had a Raggedy Ann doll. And that doll was very important to me. Because when I thought that life was so overbearing, I had one thing to grab a hold to, and that was that Raggedy Ann doll. Didn't really know too much about spiritual, but I had that doll to help me through it. That doll is not something that's going to be important to you to do because you're not a child anymore. You have to find something. When it becomes overwhelming, and it becomes overwhelming for me, I get to the point where I don't even know what I'm doing, where I'm going, what's going on. I just don't know. So I have to stop, breathe, regroup, and grab a hold of something that I can connect with. And I don't know what that's going to be for you. You're going to have to find it. You're going to have to find something that's stronger than you are to help you through it. I'm going to mute now.
I believe in God.
If you go to targetedmassachusetts.org and go to Outreach Program, you will find 4 telephone numbers that you can call, one of which is just for New York.
Okay.
And my number's on there, and Ann's number's on there, and Awesome 8922 is on there. So we've got a lot of people.
Okay. You said, what was that? Targeted what for Massachusetts?
TargetedMassachusetts.org.
Okay, thank you.
And Outreach Program.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I was originally from New York, so that's kind of cool. So I've had a lot of crazy things done to me since I've been noticing this.
Great. Hi. I receive 10 to 15 calls weekly from other TIs. They call me when they can't handle it. I can also be a support to her if it's okay with you.
Oh, that's fine. That's between you guys.
That's awesome. What's your name? Sorry. I'm Jennifer. What's your name?
Her name's Constance.
I'm sorry?
Her name is Constance.
Hi, my name is Constance. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jennifer.
Yes, it's nice to meet you, too. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. This is a hard road we're traveling.
Oh, yeah, it is.
When you are younger, even when you're an adult, you decide which way you're going to go with your life. Some of the decisions that you make in your life may be good. Some of them may be bad, and that may be bad because of no fault of your own. You have to decide which road you want to go through, which road you want to go down, who you want to connect with, and how you're going to make it through this. This is the hardest war of your life. You are in a war.
I know I'm in a war.
You have no weapon to fight it. They did not send you any soldiers to help you in this war. You are your best friend. You are a strong, independent, loving, fighting woman. I can hear that in your voice.
Okay.
What you got to hold on to.
The first thing to do is find out what state she lives in, and that's Oregon.
Oregon, yeah, right outside Portland.
There are a lot of TIs in Oregon.
There are a lot of it. Right. There's a lot of them in Oregon.
And Ella Free.
There's a support group too, Frank.
Excuse me?
There's a support group in Oregon. They say it's awesome.
Yeah. I'm sure Ella is in contact with the support group too as well.
Yes, she is.
Let me give you, let me see if I can pull up Ella's phone number here real quick.
Okay, that'd be great. Or is it? Oh no, I don't know. Probably not on the conference call schedule.
Yes, it is. Actually.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Her conference call is on our site as well.
Yeah, I go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hold on, I got to look at support websites. Okay, the phone number is 503-308. Yeah, 503. 308. 1691.
1691. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And and her name is Ella.
Ella.
Yep. And her email address is ff. Do you have a way to use it?
Yes.
FFTI org, not .org. FFTI org @gmail.com.
Or at Gmail. Okay, that's great. That's nice to have too. Very, very nice.
All of the groups are listed on our site under either conference calls or support websites. You can find everyone there.
Okay, yeah, I haven't really looked into support websites.
Yeah, the best to go to our site is by computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
What can I ask what states you guys are all in?
Massachusetts.
I'm from Arizona, which is not that far from Oregon.
No, Massachusetts and Arizona. Yeah, Arizona.
People here from California. Yeah, there's people here from all over the country, and we have somebody from Australia. We have UK people here tonight, and I believe we have France and Canada. So.
Wow. That's kind of overwhelming a little bit. That's cool.
Lift your head up, girl. You ain't in this by yourself. There's a lot of other people in this. Lift your head up and stay strong. God bless you.
I know he does. I know. What do you guys do to not talk about it when you're around your family or in public? Something will happen and they'll ask me a question and then I'll answer them honestly and then they get upset with me about it.
Just tell them just tell them that everything's fine. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
And it's going to be a lie, but it's a lot worse than what can happen if you do tell the truth, because they will try and put you into a psychiatric ward.
I know, I know, and that's keeping me from mental health appointments. I've already spent 6 hours locked up for something I in the hospital. Yeah, so now there's homicide on my record, which that's just the paper I left the hospital with. But they
a homicide?
Yeah, no, I've started out seeing and doing telehealth and physical visits with a mental health provider that was, referred to me by my doctor. And so I went up there 5 or 6 times, and I had like 10 different, telehealth phone calls for the mental health. Because when this first started happening, I wasn't aware of the actual radiation that I keep freaking receiving. I hope I don't go blind by this stuff. And then anyway, kind of lost where I was at. But so it's everything in here is all connected. Like from just everything. They must have done the V2K to me for me to throw 2 or 3 knives the wrong way. I threw them like 10 feet in the opposite direction of my husband. And then I decided to call the place that I'd been going to and just ask them to calm me down. Well, they coaxed me to go into the hospital and the emergency room. And they were going to meet me there, but they didn't want my husband to drive me. They didn't want him to drive me at all, although he did. But and then they kept me there. So they said that there was methamphetamine, and which that part was true. But also there was MDA. There was the rape drug in there, and I had already had a couple drug times where I couldn't even I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk. It was like everything was blue and purple. I don't know, you know what I mean. So I'm pretty sure,
No
I'm actually
judgment
positive.
here, baby. No judgment here. We're like a layered cake.
Yeah.
There's different layers to this.
There is different layers. You're right, and I think that doing it, the meth is what is one of the things. I think a lot of us
have been through what you've been through with the mental in the hospital. There's some of us been in there. I haven't. Thank you, Jesus. But there's a lot of things. I just hear something in your voice. I really hear something. I just feel like you're going to be okay. It's going to take you a minute to just, it's like when you make a cup of coffee. You got to make sure the sugar's right, the cream's right, everything's perfect, or the coffee's going to taste terrible. You got to learn to mix it up. You got to learn to face your fears. You got to take what life has thrown at you and make it okay for you. And that is going to be the hardest thing you have ever done in your life. But I got a saying that helps me. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, please. Yeah.
God, grant me the serenity to accept that I may be a TI for the rest of my life under human experimentation and consensual human experimentation. But give me the courage to deal with it one day at a time. I love you. I'm going to mute.
Okay, I love you too.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
That was Constance. She's very nice, and
that was cool.
She talks to a lot of people. Hi, Wide-Eyed.
You both are very knowledgeable.
Yes, we have a lot of good people on this call, and a lot of great people on this call. And they'll give you a shoulder, and they'll give you some information. And at that point, after that, listen for a long, long time and begin to learn what actually is happening to you. And give Ella a call because she is going to steer you. She has a conference call Tuesday and Thursday evenings. We have one Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. So between the two of us, we cover the bases.
Right. Yeah, I've been on there a couple of times. I think I may have listened on with you once. I had it muted maybe, and then also Amy Dole is Dole, I believe her last name, Amy. She's here in Oregon too, and she does meetings every Saturday.
Right, and we will also be on radio starting the 31st of January on Revolution Radio. Every Sunday evening from 8 to 10.
Every Sunday from 8 to 10, okay?
Yep, starting the 31st.
Okay. That's 8 to 10 Eastern time though, huh?
Right, yep. 8 to 10 Eastern.
Okay.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, Frank.
This is Tracy. How's everybody?
I guess everybody's hanging in there. We're all here.
I wanted to say to the gal, I didn't remember, I couldn't hear your name really. I joined in about 5 minutes. Jennifer, hi Jennifer. You're in the right place. Hi, I totally know what you're going through and I feel for you. And there's lots of people that care about you that are going through the same thing. I wanted you to know that. And I deal with a lot of the same things too. And one thing they do try to do that they try to play on your fear. If they get you to be afraid, they really, really whack that out and feed on it. So try, no matter what's going on, to, like she said, breathe and stay calm because they will really use that fear against you to sabotage you. So be careful to, and one time, kind of a funny story, I was being stalked by this car, the same car, for a while, and I flipped and got behind him and then was on him. And I wasn't tailgating or anything, but he ended up pulling over. He was so afraid he pulled over and went into a store. And I took pictures of his camera and his plates and everything else, and it was the same damn car. So they're cowards. In reality, they're cowards. So don't let them fool you or make you afraid. So that
might be my number one most used word, actually. Cowards. I appreciate
they are. They really are, because they don't want their face to be seen. They want to hide behind a computer or a phone or somewhere far away or remote and stalk you. And it's very cowardice. So they're really, don't let the bullies scare you. But it does get, there'll be up and down times and it does get better, or it just sometimes gets different, but it gets easier. I don't know if I can say easier to deal with because it just depends on each day, and just praying helps me a lot, and, coming on here helps a lot. There's a lot of people that are going through the same thing, and once we all are kind of united in an army, they're going to have something to deal with. That's for damn sure. So take care of yourself.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome.
God bless.
You too. God bless you.
Okay, we're sitting at 50 people now. And someone will come in. And thank you very much, Tracy, because Jennifer needs some help. She is an ex-drug user, and she is also dealing with targeting. So it's a lot to deal with.
Start focusing on yourself and your health. Some of the best things I found after being on drugs for all those years was to focus in on your health, what's around you, the people around you that love you and that are caring for you or trying to help you out. You got to grasp on and listen and focus in on what they're trying to get at with you. and yourself so that you can move beyond this fear of being stalked, because it's a fear. I've had it for 50 years. So, and I was a drug addict for 25. So I do know what I'm saying. A lot of these people on these calls, man, they know exactly what they're saying. They're going through the same thing you and I are going through. So thank you, Frank.
Oh, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, did you want to talk to Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm new at conference calls. I don't even know how they work.
Well, we try and get as many people up here as we can, because a lot of people have things to get off their chest, and we like to see everybody's fun.
Yeah, and we want to help. That's why we're here.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, thank you.
I mean, I found you guys on these calls, and I've been on them ever since, because, you know, believing that I've been targeted for 50 years and then find people that actually understand what I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? This is like I'm grabbing onto my mom's skirt in a supermarket when I'm 3. So that's why I say thank you to Lily and Frank and some of these other people, Marilyn, Ludia. Some of these people really know what they're saying. And if you get on these calls and start focusing in on them, you'll feel a lot better. I do a lot of weird things. I get pretty angry when they drive up and down my street and I want to go outside. Like this morning, I ran outside when the county guy drove by and yelled at him. You know, he probably don't even know that he's targeted me. I don't know. But, you know, I myself try to not focus in on it as much as I do, but it happens because when you see it, you're like, oh, my God, what is this?
Right.
So,
right.
You know,
yeah.
and I understand the fear. I mean, I'm a guy who gets 50 cars an hour past his house. You know what that's like? I live on a street that only has 100 houses behind it, maybe, and everyone's retired. So I live in a small town in Oregon.
Oh, you're in Oregon too?
Yeah, I'm in Oregon. So
yeah.
It's really a weird thing, and to see it happening when I go out to street theater is the scariest, because you don't know if some asshole's going to run you over, smash into your car, pull a gun out.
Yeah.
You don't know who's going to be doing what, you know?
Right.
So that's why I say just focus
today.
in on yourself. Yeah, especially today. That's why I say focus in on yourself and your own health, and you know, try to not focus in on that theater thing. You know, last night we were all talking about it on L's channel. And one of the things we're saying is try to get yourself a good pair of headphones and a good phone and good music and start listening to that kind of stuff and just try to focus in on that.
I did that today.
Oh,
I did that today. I got a good pair. I've been listening to music, you know, with the earbuds in here and there. And part of some of the music I play is just ornery because
you can go to like Dr. Virtual and stuff like that, and he'll send you all kinds of different Reiki sounds and stuff that help your psyche while you're sleeping.
Oh, really?
It's all for gang stalkers. It's called Dr. Virtual. Look it up. It's on YouTube.
I find that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to mention Dave Case's CD is effective for tinnitus and V2K as a deterrent. It in no way stops it, but it helps you to fight it. And it is on the front page of our website. If you scroll down, you'll see an image of a CD. Just click on it. It'll take you to his site.
Okay. That would be great. And, yeah, today was just, wow.
You see, you're getting help now. Everybody's going to come in and give you some ideas.
I need that. I'm very,
we know you do.
I'm busy all day.
We get it.
I did something that I thought I would never have to do. And I went on Amazon today, and I had to buy a CD player, a portable one. sort of like a Walkman. It was $65, a really good one. But I thought it was worth it because they're starting to mess with short-term memory, sentences that you're about ready to say, and they're really getting out of control, so that's what I did.
Yeah, I don't like that. I see that. They do that to me all the time. I'll be working on something because, in case you guys don't know, I do a lot of different stuff from building computers and yard work or whatever. They'll come right in and make me, I call it, they scatterbrain you. You know, they're sidetracking you. That's what my other half calls it. They're sidetracking you. You come in and the next thing you know, you were going to go fill the car up with gas, but now I'm mowing the lawn. How'd that happen? Or I'm
they
gonna
also
go
have
the laundry.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I want to hear it.
I was going to say they also have on YouTube, they have some binaural beats on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think it's Dr. 07 has some kind of neat ones that are very soothing also, and they change your brain, not chemistry, but there's something about them that
the alpha waves,
sets your brain right. Yeah, those two. But they can put false phrases in your brain. They can put word substitution. They put subliminal messages and different things like that. So it's very hard to think independently. And I catch them doing this all the time now since I'm constant V2K 24/7. And the more that you don't give them a response, the more they can't use you or feed on you. If you just ignore them as much as possible in your brain, the more interaction you give them, the more they feed, and they try to overpower you. So
that's
I
correct.
just wanted to touch that. And those, I think a Walkman is worth it, Frank. When I plug in my earplugs, and I have my little thing going, and I'm listening to music and drowning out the V2K, I can't hear them at all. So then they start to do other stuff. You know, they try to do other things, but when you can block them out with music and earplugs, it's wonderful. So just a couple of tips there. Thank you.
So, on YouTube.
Yeah.
What am I going to? Sorry.
They're called binaural, BINNAURAL. Beats, like BEAT, beater drum beats. And I think it's Dr. 07 has
Dr. Virtual.
Dr.
Virtual 07.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
got tons of stuff on there.
Yeah, that's the one. They have some really good stuff, and I did try one the other day that was called a jammer. It's supposed to scramble the signal they're sending to your brain. But that one, I really got tortured after that one severely. So I don't know. That means it works.
That
one goes after some kind of alpha wave, and they don't like it when you do that because you're sleeping when you're listening to that one. Yep, it pisses them off. They came in and wrecked all my stereo equipment in my home after I used that. Man. I had it up, turned up really loud, came back the next day, none of the speakers worked. The amplifiers worked a little bit, but they destroyed what I was listening to it on.
Yeah, it's difficult and exhausting because, it's like that gopher game where the head keeps popping up and you're trying to pound the gopher head down on that game. Yeah, and you can't get them all, because they keep popping up. It's like terrorists, there's a cell popping up everywhere and they try to get you, but with everything. But try to stay calm.
You see that in street theater. When you're driving down the street, all of a sudden cars are popping up all over the place and people and...
Yeah. That, I think, is to traumatize so they can mind control you more. Yep. And also to cause you to go to jail, suicide, or a sane asylum. That's what they want.
That's their goal. Like me this morning.
They want you delusional. And that's their goal.
But the weird thing is, I was attacked. I was attacked because I was a meth user, so they used that as to make me go crazy, and I don't know, maybe they told people I sold drugs, which I don't, but I wasn't as effed up as they thought I was. You know what I mean? I was actually kind of pretty sober the whole time.
Yeah.
And
that's why
and
we're
so
telling
I figured it.
I think
Yeah. They thought I was some weak little, you know, take abuse from my husband, stupid meth head bitch. It's exactly what they thought, and they were wrong.
Yeah.
They were wrong.
Right.
Because I mean,
You
the dope the meth I was doing was cop dope anyway. Stupid. For real. Anyway, sorry I had to say that. Get that out. I'll probably get punished for that. So.
You know, one of the things that gets people is they're trying to figure out, and this is the hardest part with me. Sorry I keep going on, Frank, but I got to say it.
Oh, that's okay.
When you don't know who's causing it or making it happen is part of the frustration. And so when you're thinking about that, that's why we're saying if you could stop thinking about who pulled that trigger or who let go of that handle and start thinking about yourself and focus in on you know what, who cares? I can't keep focusing in on what they're trying to do. I got to focus in on myself. Because the first time I let it really happen to me, I became homeless. And I didn't like it, and I was not happy.
I have another question.
You can't control
this one's really...
And everything.
So I pretty much am sure that I don't ever take a bath alone or in any of the rooms in my house alone. Like my bath, my always just going to be under, just like I don't feel comfortable even getting naked in my own room anymore. I change in the dark. I just like, I mean,
yeah, that's a hard part. That's
right.
Me too.
It is. It's kind of hard because you know that they're watching you for somewhere. And, you know, you got no privacy.
Yeah.
Even when you go to the bathroom, it's like, Jesus, really?
I
can feel
my
you watching me.
Yeah.
I close my eyes.
No.
Yeah.
And I think that's in the mirror anymore. Hardly.
That's the hard. Yeah. They my eyes messed up from last night. The beating I took to my head was ridiculous. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe my husband. There was smoke in the bedroom when at 1:00 in the morning when I got up, and but of course he doesn't smell it and he didn't see it, so I don't get it. I mean, they must be like doing something to his brain to make him just act like he doesn't know me after we've been together almost 26 years. It's really killing me, and I can't talk to them about it anymore. It's like making us hate each other.
Yeah, all of a sudden you look like a weirdo and a crazy person, and you're like, wait a minute, we've been together for 25 years. Okay, what changed?
Right.
What got in between us here?
Right. That's exactly it. And then the more that I try to prove to him, I mean, I show him my marks every day. I wake up with more of those brown marks on my skin, you know, like my stomach makes noises when they do the wave of their radiation bullshit. It's there constant every night. And it's happened to me out of my house too. And I just I can't book a trip online. I'm going to go to the coast for a weekend. I can't, you know what I mean? They
can't do any of that.
They held me up at FedEx.
They're going to be there anyway. Even when you go there, they're going to be there. They have the network. The network is what I believe was some kind of network that was put in after 9/11. Even though some people like me, myself, I say that I've been targeted for 50 plus years. They had some other kind of system that I could beat that system and just move around and get away with it. But nowadays, I've tried everything from dyeing my hair and shaving it to becoming almost a woman so that I can get away. And there's
should change into a woman to get away.
No, I'm serious. I don't know if
sorry,
there's
that's
something
not.
in my tooth, a bone inside me. I don't know if they put something in me because they'll find me within, I don't know, about an hour.
Now, they're going to find you, and I don't care what you do, all right? They're going to be on
knows.
you. Yeah. They'll be on you no matter what you do, no matter where you go. You can go into Rushmore Cave. They'll know you're there. And it doesn't matter where you go.
So I can go on the outskirts of town, maybe behind a mountain or two, and it's not going to make. I mean, maybe I'll slow a little. It's not going to make.
You might get 15 minutes ahead of them, but you're going to see a couple cars as soon as you get out there. Trust me. Even if you're walking, I've even gone where I live. I live in an area where you can walk for 30 miles and you shouldn't really see anybody. And when I go on those trails, it's like you're walking down New York City's Fifth Avenue, babe.
Really?
You know, they can get you.
They can get you
without the cars. without the stalking, I have almost no gang stalking whatsoever now. It's all B2K, body torture, and all kinds of different things. So they can get you even without the gang stalking. So they do know where you are.
Yeah, once you get isolated. Yep. Once they isolate you,
it doesn't matter where. Doesn't matter where you are, they know, and they're in your brain, so they know where you are. What to do.
This is messed
up. That's why I say I suspect it's something from a dentist, or maybe you had to have an operation at one time, or you were a kid, or I don't know how they did it.
I've had two. I've had carpal tunnel surgeries a year ago. And I had a spine surgery up on my neck, in the back of my neck, 6 inches scar. I had cervical spinal stenosis, and so
I
normally
they do. Me after I was a drug addict at the time, of course, but I noticed that something was going on when a lady drove by me in a van. She had a baby doll, not a live baby in there, and I noticed it was a baby doll, and then she drove back by again, and after that I realized that they got something in my brain, and it was put in before I became a drug addict, probably when I was a child. Because, I mean, it was like I tried to hide my friend on a big old piece of property, a bunch of different pieces of stuff, and there was ways to get out, and I went in one of his vans while he drove to San Francisco out of Sacramento, and when I got there, they were there. And the guy was not in on it. I know he wasn't. He was my best buddy. He would have never been in on it. He was a heavy drug dealer. So that's pretty scary. You're going to leave town. No one's supposed to know you're even leaving town. You show up at the place and hide, go in someone's garage, and come out at their house. And the next thing you know, out front of their house is 100 cars going up and down the street. And the guy's like, you got to leave, man. You got to leave. They found you. So
what are these people decide? I would like to know, what are these people told that make them behave this way towards us? What did they tell them? I'm a child molester, or I've never even had a felony. I have no felonies. I've never been a drug dealer. I have like 2 misdemeanors over 20 plus years old. I mean, why me? You know?
Here's what I believe. I believe that some of these people don't even know that they're chasing you down. What's happened is, I believe it's a certain group of people, like, say, I hate to be like this, and you guys will have to excuse me, but I believe it's groups like the Elks Lodge and the Illuminati, some kind of Mason connection, some kind of church connection. And what they see, like, they've made me lose my train of thought already. So what I'm getting at is these people are right here on my street. I suspect maybe some of them were caught as child molesters or drug dealers, and instead of them, because they're upstanding people in my community, and maybe they don't want to go to prison and have their name in the newspaper, and the cop tells them, hey, if you do this, I'll keep your name out of the paper and you can continue on your job, but if I catch you doing it again, you got to go to prison, of course. But you're like on a probation thing? I don't know. That's what I believe.
Yeah, you got to watch what you come to as being the truth, because we have a lot of new TIs here tonight.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm not talking about you, ma'am, but I'm just saying, like, Cynthia there. What's your first name?
I'm Jennifer.
Oh, no. Cynthia?
Oh,
the other one's Bobby.
Bobby, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got to.
And I'm not trying to bring in religion or anything, you guys. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Oh no, you can bring in religion. I thought that it was probably not a good idea because there were arguments in the past. But people need faith. They need to rely on their faith. So politics is still not a good topic. But
and that's why I say I don't know who they are. I've seen them at my churches, and that's why I say some of the people, and this is what I was told by a pretty high-ranking biker, was some of these people are not involved. They're just doing their daily chores, and these people know that, and so they're working their people in that same time frame, so it makes it look like it's a hell of a lot more people than it is. I believe the biker.
Can you repeat that again? What the biker said?
So what the biker said was that a lot of the people that are driving, like I was saying, people from the churches and that, and what the biker was saying was that some of these people, they're being stalked also, and they're just going on with their daily routine. They're not involved in it. They have no idea. But the stalkers know everything, so they will throw their people in with these people going to their church meeting or whatever, so it looks like it's a hell of a lot more people.
All right, well, let me run something by you that you should know. If you see a plate more than 5 times following you around town, or 10 times and you see the same plate not at church, call the police and say this man's following you, okay? Or this woman's following you. But don't assume that every car behind you is a stalker, because that's
no, they're not either.
Incorrect. Yeah, so what you need to realize is that tag or that license plate. You need to write those down or take pictures of the car with the plate, and then you will have evidence. Okay.
So, Frank, let's go over something so that you can hear me. So I did all that, and I've been doing that for years, and presented it to the police chief in this town, and the next thing I know, he actually was out in front of my house with some kind of FBI guy and some woman, and they were doing something in front of my house. They thought I was passed out on drugs.
Do you have pictures of that?
Take the drugs.
Do you have pictures
of that? They came into my house? Nope.
You don't have pictures of that? Okay.
So, but what happened was they came to the house and pulled some crap on me, and they actually had my street blocked off because my neighbor had come by later in the day and said, yeah, they had the street blocked off, and I couldn't figure out why. He says, I just went back to bed, and it was about 4 in the morning, and I says, yeah, that was about the time they were in front of my house bugging me. That day, my water meter was changed, so was my electric meter. That same morning. And everything was different around my house. My backyard looked like somebody had been walking around in it all night. And I saw them. They were there.
You have pictures of that?
I'm telling you. No
Get pictures.
Because I didn't. You know, that's the problem, is they already came and got everything. And I wish I had. I have pictures of the cars driving up and down the street. And,
okay.
you know, that
same
kind of
plates
thing.
And everything?
But I took it to a lawyer. Was no good.
No,
He says, I don't give a
no.
shit.
Okay, same license plates? Same tag numbers?
Yeah, same people. Same people. I could see. I was at Portland Airport, which is 60 miles from here, and saw the same lady that went by my house one time 50 times. I got her license plate and her name and everything. Tried to give it to my lawyer, and he says, I don't give a shit. She can drive up and down the street all she wants to. See? So that doesn't count. You got to catch her in your house.
Following you is something a little different. If somebody is stalking you, I would press the issue with the police, and I would go higher up to the state police.
I mean,
state police lives across the street from my house.
Okay.
What if?
So.
What if you fully believe that they're in on it too? That they're, you know.
Oh, they are.
Believe that. You have to understand what a police officer gets as a pension, and how much money they make, and what they're doing, and how much time they have.
It's an FBI program. See,
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
They're given the permission to come to your house because you've got a visa warrant against you, and so it's a secret warrant. Everybody that's going to be anything in that area is going to know. Like, I get stalked by school employees.
FISA warrants must be considered. But you have to remember something. Okay, the Patriot Act, or the Freedom Act, has been shelved since last March. Okay, so if they are doing this, they are doing it illegally. So you have to remember.
You're right. Because you're right, that's exactly what happened. That thing went and expired, and they never renewed it. And so as we're being chased around, we're wanting to know why. So, and I hate to sound like I'm being negative about the police department, but I'm telling you guys, I was sober. He was out there. They had some elevator thing where they thought I was on acid or something because I was going to take acid, and it didn't happen. And so they were out there with an elevator and a bunch of stuff in my trees and guys in bush suits. Seriously, in a bamboo suit. a guy with a machine gun hiding in the bushes kept hitting my house with the red tag, and I kept wondering, what is that laser? And then when I got up and crawled across the floor, I saw what it was. Well, they were underneath my house, so they could hear me crawling across the floor.
Do they have reason to believe that you're storing arms, or do they have
I think they believe I'm a terrorist. My past is not clean, Frank.
Okay. All right.
I got to be honest with you.
So they have probable cause then. Okay, that's what
I mean, if you say that you can come after me for something that happened 40 years ago after the statute of limitations has run out for 20 years, I mean, for God's sake, what you're doing now is you're counting points and saying he pooped in his bathroom wrong, and he got a point against that too now, because what they did at the Capitol was way worse than anything I ever did.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying. I was curious whether there was a possibility of probable cause. That's all I said.
I think it could have been, Frank. I sent out some letters, and soon afterwards it picked up again. So yes, there might have been probable cause where somebody said, "You can't say that. We're not doing that," and they were doing it. Of course they were, or they wouldn't have sent somebody out to look at me. I had to go see a psychiatrist and everything. Not kidding. So it was a pretty heavy situation, and I've got everybody still in denial about it. But I noticed that the police department, school employees, park employees, they're all watching me everywhere I go.
How does this sound? Check this out. Okay, so this clinic that my doctor sends me to or whatever, I had a couple visits, and this was before I really knew what was happening. This was when I was getting the shadows and the scaries at night right before I fell asleep, you know. Anyway, so this is before I even knew what was going on. You know what she says to me, this mental health provider? Whatever you do, don't react. You're not schizophrenic, just don't react. No, it should be telling me not to react to something I didn't even know I was actually reacting to. You know what I mean? Then I go to the hospital one day and they tell them I got this thing, whatever, this microwave radiation. I fully believe it. I feel it every day. And so then, because of the meth, they didn't even do anything for me. I told them I wanted an X-ray. I said I got radiation poisoning.
Okay, Jennifer.
Poisoning. They didn't do anything. Yeah.
If you'd like to mute and listen and see if we can get some other callers up here that haven't had a chance to speak, it'd be great. If you want to hang out and try and get some other people up there to talk with you, that's great, because I just want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. It's not my call, it's your call. The only time it's my call is when there's trouble.
Okay, so just mute it. I can mute it.
Yeah, you can. Anytime you like.
Okay, I'll do that. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Alabama. Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Matt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I just joined. I heard you were talking about some mind reading. I think I know the answer to this. I'm going to ask it anyway. It's kind of naive. If I feel there's a perp who's come to where I'm working, and I'm sorry to say this, but I really think this person has some technology and is reading what I'm thinking. Is there anything I can do about this?
Technology in his what?
I just feel like that a perp has come to my workplace, and is there anything that anybody can do about mind reading to prevent it?
Not really.
Not really.
There are some things like Dave Case's CD, and everybody has a lot of different ways in which they try and stop V2K and remote neural monitoring, but I haven't seen anybody do it yet.
Oh, okay. So could you tell me some of the things that people do? I mean, I have the CD, but I don't think it's really doing much for me.
Well, you have Dave Case's CD?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you want to try playing it in the room through your stereo system if you have one.
Oh, I use headphones.
Okay, well, try letting it play outside the room and see if there's any different effect if you have voice to stone.
Outside the room? It put it outside the room I'm sleeping
in? You didn't specify it today.
I don't actually know what how you mean I should do this.
In other words, not through the headphones. Try it out in the room. And
okay, all right.
See if you
have a CD.
Different kind of results.
I have a CD player, so maybe I'll try that. Okay, so the thing is, it's supposed to change my frequency so that nobody can pick up on it? Is that the idea?
It's supposed to destroy their communication with you. It's supposed to try and break the entrainment.
Okay. I had something happen a year ago. I was astonished by this. I had just gotten his CD, actually, and I noticed I felt like I couldn't hear well. My hearing seemed to be getting worse every day, and I was afraid I was going deaf. So I looked up this on my insurance plan, some ear doctors near me, and it was the strangest thing that the woman who answered the phone for the insurance company, I'm looking for an ear doctor. She said, "Would you like to have a number for a psychiatrist?" I said, "No, I want to have my hearing checked." And she said, "Well, I can give you the number for a very good psychiatrist."
Well, that's probably very coincidental since it's the first time that you have spoken with her. Don't you think?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only talked to her once. This was the woman at the insurance company.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what did you convey?
Well, what I told her, no, I said I'm worried about my hearing. I'm having some trouble hearing, and I need to get my hearing checked. So she gave me 2 numbers, and I called one, and I went there, and some guy who turned up in the office that I had seen before, he was a perp who'd followed me, but I was concerned that I might be going deaf, so I decided to go ahead with this. And they were going to have their technicians check my ear for hearing, and I went in there, and the girl said, "Well," she said, "guess what?" She said, "We don't normally do this, but our doctor is going to check his hearing for you himself." And I said, "He doesn't do that?" And they said, "Well, no, we do it normally, and he does some other things with the ears." I'm sorry, I can't remember all this conversation, but I went in there, and there was another woman who was in there for a little while, and then she got up and she left. And I was really scared I was going to lose my hearing, and I was terrified, and I was actually trembling in the chair. And he approached me from behind, and I swear he had something in a tissue, and I turned around and tried to see what it was, and he put it behind his back a little, and I asked him what it was, and he showed me a scope, and he said, "Hand," and it had a little round thing on the end. And he said, "I'm just going to put this in here and look in your ear." But anyway, he got in there, and he did something in one ear, and I guess he looked in it. Then he went to the other ear, and he pushed down hard, and it hurt, and it started bleeding. And I put my hand up to my ear, and blood was coming out of it. And I couldn't believe this. And he was actually smiling, and I asked him what he did. And he said, "I just actually cut you a little." Now, what kind of doctor does that?
Okay.
And I was very upset. And I felt like I guess I wondered if he put something in my ear, and maybe that's causing me to have some of these things that are going on. Okay, so that's the best way to tell that story. That's what happened.
Okay, and this is in Alabama?
What state is she in?
Alabama.
It was in Northern Virginia when it happened. Up there, Alexandria.
Was the woman that was in the room with him, was she Brazilian? Did she have an accent?
No, she was a Caucasian woman, light bluish green eyes and light brown hair.
Did she
bluish, she was very light.
Did she have an accent?
No. She had just had an American accent. She was probably about 36 years old.
Yeah. The same thing happened to me, Frank, but the woman had she was from Brazil.
Okay, well, this whole thing was obviously set up to happen to me, and it just terrified me.
Yeah, you can't assume that when you go to a doctor's office that everybody is a perp, okay? Because there are many, many thousands of doctor's offices across this country and in your own state that are very respectable. So I don't want you to think that everyone is a perp. But if he made your ear bleed and did not have any real solid explanation for it, I wouldn't say that he was a perp, but I would have put a complaint in about it. Did you do that?
I was scared too, because I've had a lot of things happen. I got chased out of my home, and followed. I drove in 2.5 days from Northern Virginia down to Alabama, and there were cars behind me, and I was in pain. They were shooting something at me, and I kept having to pull off to the shoulder so they could pass me. And as soon as they passed me, the pain would go away. But this was through 3/4 of my trip, pulling over to the shoulder so I could get away from this pain from the cars that were following me. It was the electronic pain, because I'd been having it for several months while I lived there. And they tried to induce suicide a couple of times, and I was just frankly terrified by everything. It's been a little easier since I've gotten here, but it has started up again, the stuff. Yeah. But anyway, I will play that thing in the room and see if it makes a difference, because I've been listening on my headphones off and on, and it doesn't help me much. Is there any other advice anyone could give me?
Yeah, I'll let the floor take over, okay?
Thank you.
Frank, I just want to say thank you for reassuring us to be calm and that not every person is chasing us down. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. That's great. I very much appreciate that.
Okay, Jennifer, did you have a question?
Yes,
or you,
sorry, I'm supposed to be quiet.
This woman from Foley, Alabama, possibly may want to speak with you.
Okay.
I would love. Okay. If anybody has any advice, I'd appreciate hearing it.
Not yet, as far as being on the road, because I go through that every day, almost just about. Well, I do.
Live in your showers. If you have R&M, live in your showers. Take at least 2 1-hour showers a day.
Really?
I can't do that. All right, go ahead. I want to hear your advice. Go ahead and finish it, please. All right.
It's going to release all the free radicals, which amount to built up electricity within your body. Okay?
Okay.
And the shower is going to refresh you. It's going to make you feel really well. And it's something that I do. So,
that sounds great. I'm living in my parents' home, and I can't take 1-hour showers. They don't have enough water.
Yeah.
And it made my father angry when I took too many showers. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, draw a tub of water if that's possible.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Draw a tub and sit in the tub of water.
Soap? Okay, now that I can do a few times a week. Okay.
Yeah. Do that whenever you feel like you're really in trouble. And if the house has copper piping for drainage, it will be most helpful. If not, just the water within the pipe itself will carry current. So anything that you can do to ground yourself, to make yourself comfortable, it's advisable. Going to the hopping in the salt water is great too.
Hopping in salt water. I saw these grounding strips in a magazine that you can put on your feet. Would that help me to wear them in my shoes?
Well, what it's going to do is it's going to put you in better condition to fight you're targeting. It's not going to stop anything, okay? It's going to put you in better condition to handle it.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And I heard y'all talking about something like 2 weeks ago, these machines that put out positive or negative ions, I'm not sure, and make people feel better.
Yeah, negative ions. Actually, it's an ionizer. You can find them probably at any of your home goods type stores like Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever you have out there.
An ionizer.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever used one?
Yes. It puts out negative ions.
And it helps. Okay.
Yes, it does.
Good. All right. Well, is there any other advice for me?
There's a ton of stuff, but I'm being blanked right now, and or whatever you'd like to call it, and I haven't found a countermeasure against that yet.
I know. I've had that happen too. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I really appreciate talking to you. To be honest, I have to go to sleep because I have to get up early for work.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate talking to you. I've gotten wonderful information from you over the last couple of weeks. And everybody else too. I appreciate everyone's help. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
All right. Okay. Anybody else that would like to share a problem or ask a question to the forum? We're up to 63 people now, and there are a lot of great people here that have a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of great minds here, so if you have any questions, feel free.
I have a question. I'm just curious, how do they have so many people? It's like an army, and they come in an instant. How do they have so many people? It's just
good question, ma'am.
Mind-boggling.
Yeah. Well, I don't have anybody following me. If they did, I would handle it. But if you have somebody following you, we can try to find some one of them that is consistently following you. You follow me? Because if
they definitely harass me every which way, phone, email, text, but it's never the same person. Never. They have like tons of people like come out of the. I don't know how they do it. Like, what is there, like armies, like hidden armies in an instant? It's weird. It's just so weird.
Yeah, in terms of cell phones, okay, I've said this, cell phones and computer. Whenever I've gone to a TI's home with a computer problem, it's usually the computer drive is filthy. And the second thing is the browser is loaded with temporary internet files. And they don't have any kind of virus software at all. And the computers are just bogged down with junk. And that'll do it every time. I found one computer that took 6 hours to defrag. And this is something that normally takes tops, at the very top, 15 to 20 minutes. So this means that computer was never cleaned. And a lot of people go through computers because, okay, they think the computer's perped, so they buy another one. And they don't clean that one either because they've never been showed how, or they've never set up any type of scheduled cleaning, and they don't have the best virus software, and I look to McAfee LiveSafe, LiveSafe, and it's the best software that I have ever used, and I've been using it since the 90s. But that's what I found. Your phone is the same way. If you have an Apple iPhone, it's very easy to clean. You can get rid of your temporary internet files and whatnot in a matter of minutes. And turn the phone off. That'll dump all the memory. And then, give it a minute and light it up again. Reboot it. You'll be surprised how many problems aren't perks, but they're dirty phones inside and dirty computers inside. And then there are
everybody should have VPN software on their phone.
Yeah, VPN is a good idea. But you have to understand that if you have VPN software, it's going to affect how people see you. They're going to see you in a different state, perhaps. You might see you on another continent, perhaps, depending upon the software.
Exactly.
But I recommend VPN software if you want to hide that phone from everyone, because that will hide it all right. And same for your computers. VPN software will hide your computer from those on your own network. So there are some good brands out there. McAfee puts one out there. I wouldn't recommend it.
McAfee LiveSafe?
LiveSafe. McAfee is the company, and they do have a VPN, which is extra money naturally.
Okay. That's your referral, the McAfee one. Okay.
That's for your antivirus malware firewall. And another thing that program will show you is who is on your network, whether they're on it or off of it. In other words, once they step onto your computer, it shows in the McAfee history.
Nice.
Frank McAfee, Mr. McAfee himself, even said he's supposedly targeted or whatever, but he said the best thing is to change your IP address frequently, which is a VPN software. He doesn't even use his software anymore. He changes his IP number frequently.
Yeah, that's not as easy as it sounds. If you have VPN, yes, it is. That's very easy. But if you call your internet service provider and try to get your IP address changed, good luck.
Hey, Frank.
Hi.
Well, if you're on your cell phone, you can set it to dynamic and it'll change.
Okay. Where do you set it to dynamic?
Hang on. I know one thing, that like right now I'm tethering my laptop via my computer.
Right.
And I can do and search my VPN. I mean my IP.
Right.
And it's hardly ever the same. It might stay the same for like about a week, and it changes.
Well, see,
just want to let you know.
Yeah, I'm familiar. A lot of people don't understand that once they get a router, okay, that's got a MAC address, and it has its own IP address.
But you can change the MAC. You can change the MAC on it.
You can't change the MAC number ever. The MAC number
ever?
Never, ever change the MAC.
Oh, you can't change it, huh?
I'll bet you $100 on
it. Is that silver 100 or is that fiat 100?
No, fiat's all we're dealing with right now. So.
No, you mean all that some of us are dealing with? I got options.
The MAC number is printed clearly on the bottom of the machine.
You're absolutely right.
It's embedded
IP-config/release in the command prompt changes the IP number for your computer, not your router. But it will change your computer's IP number. You type in the command prompt IP-config/release, and then you type IP-config/renew.
Great. We've got some computer people in here that can help to educate the crowd.
By the way, thank you.
It does not change the router, though. The router is a whole other story.
That's the bummer right there, because if you call up Cox Communication or any of the other ones, there used to be Adelphia years ago, they'll say, oh, yeah, well, we're doing some work here, we'll get to it. We're doing some work there, we'll get to it. Well, they never do get to it, and they never change it. Because I wanted my IP address to be my address, but they never could do that, ever. Never got them to do it.
Hey, Frank.
Hi, how you doing, Jesse?
Doing really well. I've been listening to your computer knowledge, and you have not missed the mark at all.
Oh, thank you. Well, I did do it for a living for a while, and the name of the company still exists, actually. And that's Digital Interface.
Well, you got the IP, the MAC address. You can never change your MAC address on your router. Ever.
It on anything. That is the manufacturer's way of positively identifying that piece of hardware versus another piece of hardware that's exactly the same right beside it. It's embedded in the firmware, so you're not going to change it.
Yes. And so
VIN number, period.
So for some people, that makes people really afraid. I can tell you there is no reason to be afraid that you have an address that's on your router that comes into your house, that's on every machine, and you'll never get rid of that. But the reason that's good is because, the reason that's good is because crimes that people are committing, like Biden, Hunter,
yeah,
those are true crimes. Those are real crimes. Everybody else is afraid for no good reason. But Biden's laptop, that's also got a MAC address.
Oh, yeah. Everybody finds that out in eventually.
Yeah, and I should probably reiterate this. It's called the Fourth Amendment. Self-protection. Never harming another person. If you don't harm someone else, you're fine. Totally fine. Hunter and his dad, I don't think that's true for them. So for the rest of us, you don't harm someone, and even if you got a little run-in with somebody, make amends. It's not like you're drinking blood and killing children. Just make amends. So it's a different kind of thing. So we live in fear, a lot of us, when these guys have done true crimes, real crimes.
Jesse, I'll be right back in 2 seconds. You got the floor?
I got the floor for a minute.
Thank you.
And isn't that funny that the rest of us are afraid of things that we shouldn't be afraid of? But these guys that are in office, and where's Hunter? Hey, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? He's been arrested. He's been arrested. His dad,
Is there any proof of that claim?
You know what? There's no proof of any claim.
Well,
no claim.
This is the thing. I would say that if Hunter disappeared, maybe he is hunted. But to say that he's been arrested.
Well, Sovereign Man, I can tell you this much. I've never gotten your number. I've given you mine. But you've never called me. You don't ask enough questions. I would suggest you do that.
Okay, I will. If I can, I think I have your number. I'll give you a call. I'll have to look in my Rolodex. Okay. I'll do it this weekend, I promise. And by the way, I did try calling. I'm trying to think of his name, but I couldn't get through on his line. It was some kind of virtual thing, like some gateway on his phone. Hang on, let me find his name, and I don't know if he's on the call or not, because he needed some legal, counsel about a matter that he was dealing with for quite some time. He's an older man. Hold on, let me find his name.
I'd like to ask a question if it's all right.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did Nancy's laptop get hijacked? It's in Trump's possession.
Not Trump's, no.
But
yes.
In his, he's overseeing and giving orders on what's going to happen to that laptop.
Yeah, allegedly it's in the possession of special ops that went in during that so-called siege, and they confiscated.
It was staged. It was staged. There were people that were hurt. The supposed woman that was killed point blank with a pistol as they were going in, she got up and walked away. So but we're not supposed to know that.
Yeah.
But there's videos. There's two different angled videos of her getting up on her own.
Actually, there's three that I've seen.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen the third one.
Yeah, well, the third one is, the gentleman that was bending over with the knapsack that was, trying to give her medical assistance or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, his video's out now, too.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and
Trump's got many aces in the hole.
But it appears to be a lot of blood underneath her. A lot of people say, oh, well, it was a melange in her mouth. It may have been, and maybe that thing that she had behind her head, maybe that was a melange too. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
But it seems very suspect that AJ's man was right up there along with the Antifa guy, Jalen X.
Yes. Has been confiscated.
So anyway, the laptop, like you're saying, the laptop is under wraps, and Trump's got the ace in the hole, and things are looking up for justice to be. Well, the justice is going to occur, and we'll find out about Hunter. We'll find out about Papa Joe and how illiterate he really is.
By the way, the gentleman's name is James Leaco. Let me see if he's on the call.
Okay, good.
James, I did try calling you, brother. I should try some more. I don't know what he's got on his phone line. I never heard. It's like the butler answering the door. It's like a Google number or something.
Just reach out to Frank. Frank's got my number.
No, I hold on. Say something again.
If you want to get in my Facebook page, there's I don't have any targeting stuff on there, but my last two interviews with Frank and Ella are on there.
Yeah. Well, I think you gave me your number before, Jess.
Well, then fucking call me.
Yeah, Yeah, I just got to look in my Rolodex here. It's fine.
Sorry. All the panic that's coming out of Nancy, excuse me, there's good reason for her panic that laptop has so much dirt to kick around and investigative evidence to be exposed on many people.
Yeah,
and
these people are so dirty, there's dirt underneath the dirt.
Yeah. Yes, I like what you just said. And she wants him put away. She wants him silenced. And if it came down to it, I would say that she would be the one to order a hit
yeah,
on
well,
Trump.
she comes from a long line of bags of dirt.
Mafiosos.
Yeah.
Mafia.
Family.
Kosher Nostra.
She tried to get the code from the military. She couldn't get him. Nothing. They would not close to her.
Excuse me. Yeah, she's got a long history of hardcore violence. You're gonna do it, I will. Yes.
Well, she's a straight up dick. That's what she is, like Dick Cheney.
Without a condom. She's got all the trappings.
All right, Frank's trying to moderate. Let's let him. Sorry, Frank. That was a lot of bad language.
It's okay.
I didn't say dick, but I just did. But
all I
said was a clean
Dick is
film.
Short for Richard.
Right.
So good old Richard Cheney, he lives 60 miles away from my home. I went to visit him 3 months ago.
Oh my God.
Tricky Dick.
Yeah. Wait till you hear that story.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go into it. I already heard the story by Kathy O'Brien. It's called The Most Deadly Game.
Well, that's what we're playing over here in Wyoming, I can tell you.
Yeah. Ask his lawyer, he'll tell you about it.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of things
have you guys?
There's a lot of things I do.
Have you?
Dick?
Have you all looked at what Robert David Steele has going on and the details of some of the things that he's saying?
Tell us.
Oh, Robert David Steele. Have you ever heard of that name?
I know exactly who he is, but tell us who.
Okay. Yeah, he's a big shot boss over the CIA and did work with the FBI and intermingling with psyops in the CIA for many years and black ops and Secret Service work. He knows a lot. And I would pay close attention. He's fairly good friends with Trump, and they communicate often enough. But I would pay close attention to him. I would say it's credibility.
Hey, could you put a link in the chat so people can understand what you're talking about?
Oh man, I don't. Yeah, okay.
I'm back.
Go ahead. Yeah, good.
Welcome back. Yeah,
hey guys, I went today. I went to the doctor today.
Oh no.
And I have I've got from the microwave attacks on my legs and feet a lot of fluid, edema and ulcers forming from pressure putting my feet up on pillows watching TV and sitting down too long and not moving around much, and ulcers started forming and scabs and oozing and all this crap, and I got sick of it.
Enough with
Frank, damn it, grow up.
Hey.
Please, I'm not saying anything that an adult man wouldn't say.
I'm the one that gets the complaints. No more oozing, okay?
Come on, Frank. And so, I apologize. Cutesy for you, okay?
Excuse me?
And then so it... Am I cut off?
You're gonna be if you don't apologize.
Frank, Frank, I'm behaving myself.
All right.
I will behave. Oh my. The thing is that the doctor looked me over, and I told him what was going on, and I showed him the flyer that has the Stop Gang Stalking Crimes, Become Aware, Empower Your World, front and back page, 2 full pages of information. And he looked it over. He looked it over very closely. He looked at it, and I told him to read the paragraph, the second one from the bottom, of all the things that this could do. And he said, "This is real?" Like that. And I said, you said you were in the Army down there at Fort Hood when the shootings occurred, but you weren't on the base, you were at home when it happened? And he said, "Yes, I did say those things. I lived down there. I worked in Copper's Cove as a jeweler there in the back door of you could almost see the entrance to the base there from where I worked. We were so close." Hello?
Fireman, this is Jesse.
What?
Look in the chat. Apologize to Frank. If you order the product that I just put in the chat, it'll take care of your problem. I've been hit before many, many times myself. I don't have any swelling. I used to, not anymore. Look in the chat.
I don't know how to do those things. I'm sorry.
I can hear you, Constance.
Thank you. Wow. I've been trying to get in this conversation because it's everything that I know about. You know that
All right, go for it.
Was unable to file for Trump's. Oh God, I didn't forget what I was going to say. I've been trying so hard.
I pray your train gets back on the track, girl.
She did not. I'm trying. She did not. Well, she was not able to do the impeachment. She didn't file for it. They are terrified. They are so terrified they don't even know which way to turn. They don't know if they're coming, going, staying, or leaving. This is what's getting ready to go down. Everybody needs to pay attention. Anyway, this is what I really wanted to say. Okay, you know that Martin Luther King's birthday is Monday. Has anybody brought up his speech? I know they have that on August the 3rd, August the 28th, if I'm not mistaken. But everybody's going to be out protesting. Do not go. It is a setup. Just letting you know. If you're going to go protest concerning anything, go protest concerning TI issues. Take along the speech of Martin Luther King. I just brought a printer today. I'm going to be printing out about 50 flyers. Also, there was somebody on Ella's call last night. Did you guys get the flyer that Trump did on January the 1st concerning Stalking Awareness Month? That would be good to have. It's 2 sides to that, stalking for one person or stalking for multiple people. That would be a good thing to have. Also, throw on some TI events concerning directed energy weapon. Cuomo AI. If you know anything about that, it's time for you to learn. Probably a lot of people on this call do know about that, just 60 people. Just wanted to throw that in. Okay, you guys continue. I am listening and learning. I'm going to mute.
Thank you. Frank, I was describing, and I need to explain how serious my case is. And I'm rounding up evidence for the group, and that's what these ulcers do. It's not from someone laughing. I heard laughter. I'm gone. You guys enjoy.
Hey, Michael. Michael.
What?
Is it Michael? Or is it Mark? I'm sorry.
Well, I accept your apology, Frank.
No. I didn't. I wasn't the one laughing. Actually, I was muted.
No. It's okay. It's all right.
Hey, I just want to say laughter is good medicine. I don't think they were laughing at you. I think they were laughing at a comment that was in the chat, and they had the mic open.
Yeah, sure.
That's
okay.
What
all right. All right. That's good. That's good and well.
What's going on with you?
Oh, I'm trying to explain it, and the doctor, he looked me over. He said, and he had the page in his hand, and he finished that paragraph. And to refresh anyone's memory about what this paragraph says, I will read it if it's okay with you, Frank.
Yeah, you see, I got kicked off the air, so I don't know what transpired.
Who kicked you off the air?
No, that happens, you know.
All right, okay. You just gave me the go-ahead, and it says here, apparatus and method for remotely monitoring and looking blah, blah, numbers, and the energy focusing system for active denial apparatuses, U.S. patent, blah, blah, numbers, engineering disabling weapon, U.S. patent numbers, and then it says here, a very limited list of physical effects that can be achieved using electronic weapons achieved suddenly, i.e. within a second, instantly.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm just in the chat right now. Just give me a second, Carmen. Lando Legs has got something to say.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lando.
May I continue?
No.
Hold on a second. Go ahead, Lando.
Oh, Wide-Eyed. Sorry. Wide-Eyed and Lando.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Wide-Eyed. So, Wide-Eyed, of all people, is calling me a perp. Jesse Field call, a perp. Never been called a perp before. In 24 years of my target, never been called a perp.
Get used to it, because I have.
It happens.
Well, it's just stupid.
We're being hammered and beaten up and mind influenced.
They always
and it happens. It happens. Make room. Make room. And try to be forgiving.
I don't believe he's a perp. Okay, so that's all. That's what I will say. I don't believe that.
Anybody who is anybody on these calls gets called a perp, so join the crowd.
You know, there's things that occur that we cannot explain and understand their suffering that they're going under. And you get pushed into a corner, you hear things, you get paranoid. They've got frequencies to release hormones to make you paranoid over almost anything.
You say things in the background, but you can't say them right out in public. You just
it happened, accept it, and try to forgive in the heart of hearts, and God's watching over it. May I continue, Frank?
Yeah, you've got.
Is it? I'll be quick.
Just be quick.
Heating, there's other people who want to talk. There's hair loss, heating of organs, skin, eyes, brain, sinuses, burns, physical burns near metal implants, headaches, insomnia, cranial nerve disorders, paramedial tract lesions, blurred vision, nausea, fatigue, racing of the heart, sexual stimulation and molestation, sexual stimulus, hearing problems, confusion, memory loss, seizures, convulsions, death, dehydration, hemorrhaging of the lungs, liver, gut, brain, neurovegetative disorders, alterations, nervous system, sensations of buzzing, vibrations, pulsations, and tickling about the head, ears, voices in the head, and the microwave auditory effect. He read all that, and he said, this is going on. And I said, sir, this is the tip of the iceberg of what they can do. They can shatter your teeth with frequencies. In your sleep, you'll wake up and your teeth are all a crumble. And we've got people in our group that have suffered it. And so these things do happen. And then with the Army intelligence officer, Julian McKinley, the objective is to force the TI to commit a crime of murder, suicide, or both, or make an outburst of which they can be jailed or institutionalized for. And he looked like a deer in the headlights. His eyes were so big and looking. And I said, you were there at Fort Hood, and it got shot up, and I was just 200 yards, 300 yards away from the doors of the entrance of Fort Hood. And I would be coming home, and I would stop in at Brookster's Grocery, and there'd be staff in line waiting to pay for their groceries. And I'd say, hey, nice day, isn't it? Like that. And I walked in many times with folded up copies in my flight pants, big pockets everywhere, and just fold it once in half. And I'd have 6, 7 copies in my pocket, and I'd pull one out. I'd start a conversation, whoever. Didn't matter.
Okay, Mark, you're fading in and out. Why don't you call it a day?
When the face got psychiatrist, he was picked on, kicked. They spit in his face. They didn't.
You sure he ain't wearing a mask, Frank?
I don't know. I just muted.
It sounds really bad. Yeah, Mark,
no.
your audio is like really bad.
Yeah.
He went from talking to mumble, and then now he's gone.
Yeah. This is BS. Mark, your audio faded right out, so I muted you. I had to. Didn't have a choice.
fuck up.
What in the world was that? Was that somebody talking to themselves?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I've sort of got part of my right channel back. I've been fighting this now for a few minutes.
Your audio is engineering you.
Yeah, yep, it is.
Wow.
I think I just lost the headset. Because I put it on top of my.
I can hear you. I can hear you, though, Frank.
Yeah, that's the mic part. I'm only hearing left.
Maybe what kind of headset is it? Is it got little tiny wires like 22 gauge?
Oh yeah, pretty much they all do. You know.
Yeah, they're really delicate things. I'm real careful because I'll ruin them in a second.
Let me just have a look at them.
All right. I've actually put an extension on my headset so that I don't yank it.
Hi, it's support person Ann from St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Ann.
Hey, how are you? I've just been right here listening.
Yeah.
I'm not able to see the chat. I know there's.
Well, maybe that's kind of a blessing in disguise.
Well, I don't know. What I get ready to tell you is, I'm a support person and very active in the disability community, especially when it comes to print.
Can you get just a little bit closer to your mic?
Yeah. How is that? Is that better?
Little bit.
A little bit? Okay.
You seem like you're a little low, but go ahead.
A little loud because I can turn down my audio.
No, it's not loud. You're low.
Oh, okay. Because I have it at maximum capacity.
Ooh.
Yeah. See, that's what I need to talk to somebody that's really conversant with audio stuff because I'm experiencing. I'm not the only TI. Crosstalk.
Right, but Frank is actually. I believe Frank is the audio guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can help you, but I mean, we all can help you.
Yeah. I'm going to shut this down and give it a cold boot and see if that helps.
Okay, I'll go back on mute.
Okay, Sovereign Man?
Say that again? You're going to shut the call?
I'm going to shut the computer down and give it a cold boot.
Oh, you're going to do it. When in doubt, reboot, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So I'll be right back.
All right. Ann, you're good. He's not shutting the call down.
We're of the same mind. When it starts acting wonky, then sometimes you just have to be a detective. It's like, okay, is that the perps messing around? They want you to make. They're not as powerful as they think they are. You know something? Let me tell you something. They picked the wrong blind person to pull this game on. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm not able to see the chat. I'm still learning how to do things like that, do chat rooms and stuff. I'm also speaking up for those TIs that are so incapacitated that they're not able to. All they can do is hold a telephone and listen to what we're talking about.
God bless Constance. She's right in there with you. She's visually impaired also.
Yes, I understand that. All right, so we're unable to see what y'all are talking about when you say, "Oh, try this for your microwave effects that you're experiencing."
Right.
So, for me to be an effective support person, how can we get the name of the item to help with the microwave stuff that we've been talking about?
Oh, okay. You're talking about Jesse's link for
yes,
the micronutrients.
Yeah, because you all said, "Well, try this product." And it's like,
yeah, that's Jesse. He actually put his link to the micronutrient website. I don't think he's. I think he's not just the owner, but he's. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
but I'm a
well,
client.
you're right.
You know, was that Hair Club for Men where the guy goes, I'm not just
I
the
remember
owner,
that.
but I'm a client too. I'm kidding.
Oh, like Gillette, where they said, I like the product so much I bought the company, something to that
Yeah,
effect.
something to that effect, right.
I love the older commercials, but anyway, kind of what is like if somebody's experiencing the attacks where it just burns so bad, other than soaking your feet, is there some kind of lotion?
I know, Jess. Did you want to give that? Did Jesse? You still on the call? You want to give that?
I'm sorry, I got to sneak in there real quick. Hi, Ann.
Hello, Constance. Hello, Alexandra.
I found a lotion. It's lavender. It's not a lotion. It's more like an oil. Found it at the dollar store yesterday, and a friend of mine brought 5 bottles of it. Rubbed it on the microwave burning sensations. Do you know? Alex or me have not felt microwave burns at all. It's at a dollar store. I don't have the particular name, but I do have your number. As soon as my friend comes tomorrow, I will call you and give you the name. It is effective.
Was it a baby oil? Because they do have baby
oils. No, it is not a baby oil.
Is it like an essential oil-based product?
It's like an essential oil. You are right. But it's something that I found that I tried, and I have not felt any burning sensations at all. I better not go on wood. At all today.
Tap on the skull.
I know. That's
little diodes.
Always say knock on wood, not knock on my head.
Yep, bam, bam, bam. Just said. But, yeah, it works. It really works. And you know what I'm learning? Is that there is a lot of stuff at dollar stores that can help us that only cost $1.
Oh, absolutely.
Affordable and effective.
I mean, that's what I found for my own being a TI is the most basic ideas, the most basic applications for something could really make a huge difference.
But if you're interested, I'll call you with the name of it.
Okay.
I'm going to mute.
Okay. We should make gift baskets. You know, get a bottle of that oil, like a box of what is that, sodium and bicarbonate. We might be onto a new venture here, guys. Make TI self-care baskets, because, you know, that's a big venture right now with a lot of people. They'll make a bundle for, like, if you're for your new apartment. They make a bundle if you just getting like different appliances. They call that appliance cooking.
Ann?
Yes.
Here's the number to Engage Global.
Okay. Engage Global. Okay.
Yep. Ready?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
801. 655. 4501.
Oh, that's a nice number there.
It's Orem, Utah.
It's what? I'm sorry.
Orem, Utah. That's where they're located. Mention my name.
Just Jesse.
Jesse called. Yeah.
Jesse call. Okay. And just, well, I mean, because I hate to just say, hi, what you got back there for microwave or Havana? Is that what we all have, do you think?
Micro Daily.
Jesse?
Micro Daily. It's called Micro Daily. They'll
okay.
understand.
Is it in a like a drink, or is it a tablet that you take once a day, a couple times a day?
A capsule, or you can get it in a powder. Either one.
Okay. And it just gives you the nutrition that combats what we're feeling when we're being burnt and feel agitated. Because you know where a lot of that comes from, the agitation, because they're messing with our oxygen.
Yep. It will reduce inflammation. It'll take that shit out of your legs, whatever you got going on. Allergies, everything. It's a military product. Sorry to say that, guys. It's a military product developed by the DOD.
I'm glad that it helps you. How long were you taking it before you?
I've been taking it for 2.5 years. It's been on the market for 5 years. Let me look. Let me go back. 6 years now. It was given to the guys in the front lines, the military guys going into battle.
And so they would take a solution of this item here that you're talking about, and when they were attacked, it lessened the pain and the tissue damage.
Yep.
I mean, I've ever run something by you guys. What do you think about trying to get? Because part of healing is to have enough oxygen. So it's trying to make sure you get enough iron. Your hemoglobin. That's just my 2 cents. Just wondering what y'all thought about just some different basic things. I want to get this book called Atomic Steps, which is smaller than baby steps, and you just add it all up, and it's like one big boom on whatever goal that you're trying to accomplish.
So here's what I'd recommend. Order it,
okay.
Take it, get it into your body, and then you will understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Could you please repeat the information? I just got on the call and heard the tail end. Could you repeat the information on the product to take and the phone number?
801-655-4501. Engage Global. Military product. Department of Defense funded project. 7 patents. Anti-inflammatory, will take you to 0 like you're a baby. Mention my name, they'll know who I am. Jesse Call. I put the link in the chat. I can do it again. I can send it out in the email. I'll send it to Frank. He can shoot it out in the email.
Thank you. I'm not online, though, but I do appreciate it. 801-655-4501.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got one here for everybody. It's called Time Out. It's made out of thyme and knockout alternative for. It's 100% natural. It knocks out acne, psoriasis, rosacea, eczema, fungus.
You've been on here already, dude.
Pet rashes. I'm trying to help with the bottle of stuff I have that works.
Okay, Mark.
What? Okay, what?
What,
Frank, what?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. It's made by www.skintime.com. It's all natural. Thyme was the most effective of all. Appeared in many Bible stories. Provided highly effective the natural news people reported on this. Natural alternatives to current treatments. WebMD.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Frank.
Frank, what is the number to the call tomorrow?
Let me see. Saturday night.
Yeah. Is Miss going to be there?
She might be.
Yay.
Okay, it's 602.
Got it.
580.
Got it.
9502.
Got it, and got it. Code?
531 4877.
531-4877. Got it? Thank you.
All righty. Okay, now we're down to 54 callers. Far out. Oh, God.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Go right ahead.
Hi. Hey, Jesse, I don't know if you're still on. I think you were the one that that it conducts something to do with heart math. Right? Heart math healing.
Jesse? Somebody is interested in some heart math information?
Is he still on?
I guess not.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I think he got interrupted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got on the call just now, so I'm sorry I got on late.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't your fault. Somebody cut him off with something else.
Oh.
Truly sorry about that.
Can we, is anybody talking about, has anybody taken the COVID shot yet, or is that off limits to talk about?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Is it off limits to talk about the COVID vaccine?
No, go ahead. There's no really off limits here. We talk about everything. It's just that we don't want to get into politics too deep.
Yeah.
Religion's fine.
Well, this Dr. Carrie Medej, I think that's how you say it, M-A-D-E-J. I've seen her YouTubes a couple months ago when this whole COVID thing was just kind of in its infancy. And she's out of Georgia. She's been a doctor for 20 years. And she's discussed on what exactly they're not telling everybody in the stats and the rollout of the COVID vaccine, which is everybody's still part of the study. It's still, since it's experimental, some people are getting the placebo and don't know it. Even the doctors don't know. And some are getting the real COVID. But the COVID supposedly only lasts 2 months, not a year or more, like people are being led to think. And also there's a lot more deaths than what they're reporting, and serious long-term side effects like paralysis, seizures, autoimmune things that your body will attack its own cells. And then going back to the nanotechnology, she said, what she knows about this, and other doctors that she's kind of shocked that aren't on board or they're not speaking out about this, is she got penalized, so she got her pay docked because she wasn't on board with giving out the COVID. And doctors and hospitals are getting bonuses for giving out the COVID, and that's the real reason why they're pushing this, because mayors and governors are getting kickbacks off of this. So the San Diego mayor is running against the California or the LA mayor and governor. So there's a lot of stuff that they're not showing on the news. They're trying to kind of downplay what's going on that's connected with all this COVID stuff. And also studies came out of Stanford University saying that they found little to no help when they do shutdowns of the economy and shutdowns of, states, governments. They're finding the exact opposites happening with people losing their businesses, their employment, being shut in. they're getting actually sicker. So this is something I think everybody knew all along, but, there's now studies to prove it.
Okay, that's great. You want to hold on, Amy, because there's a woman who was interested in speaking to Jesse about his heart math studies. Is she still?
Yeah, I'll put myself on mute.
Yeah, hold on. Don't go away. Was the woman who was speaking about wanting to know more about the heart math? Please rejoin the active. Okay.
I think that was me. That was me asking about Jesse.
Okay.
But I don't know if Jesse was still on or not.
Okay, Jesse, this is Amy.
Hi, Amy.
Hi. I really was interested in some of the past YouTubes that you did and talks about the heart math and what you know about that, because I think you said that they used it in the military.
Yes, they still do.
Can you kind of go over like how, because it was just really fascinating what you had to say about that, and it really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's like 14 methods, and there's a primary one called the quick coherence technique. It's a state of compassion. That's why soldiers are good at what they do, when they're really good at what they do. They learn to be in a state of compassion, and they breathe that compassion with all their heart, mind, and soul. And there's a technique to it. I can walk you through it. Would you like me to walk you through it?
Yeah, that would be great. I wish I would have known this when I was on active duty.
Yeah, it's really, really simple. So the first thing that you do is you take your attention from your head down into your heart. And it helps to take your hand and put it over your heart or chest area. Can't help but take your attention down there when you do that. So that's the first step, moving your attention down in the area of your heart. Then you begin to breathe a little deeper, a little longer, like a 5-second inhale and a 5-second exhale, but whatever's comfortable for you. That's step 2. Step 3 is create a state, a literal state of compassion. And it might become a memory, or you can remember a time when your grandma said something wonderful about you. Remember that, how that felt in your heart. And you breathe as if you're breathing that very emotion, compassion, appreciation in and out of your heart or chest area. And then once you've done that just one time, I mean, that took, less than 2 minutes? Practice. Mm-hmm. Practice, practice, practice. Daily. Daily. Don't let anyone tell you not to practice. Just keep practicing.
So is it kind of like meditation?
It's like being in the zone, like Michael Jordan being in the zone, wherever you're at. Doesn't matter what you're going through, you can get into this state. It's not meditation, so to speak. It's like walking around all the time, as long as you practice. And anything that is confronted by you, or you are confronted by, the terror, the horror, the energy weapons, the street theater, you will be in charge, in control.
This makes sense because when I didn't know about these attacks with the heart issue that, would come out of nowhere, and I tried to connect the dots because I've been a healthy person my whole life, and I just couldn't connect the dots of why I was having heart issues, and they kept saying, it's a panic attack, it's just stress related, and I'm like, but what stress? I don't understand. There's times when I'm just alone and I'm not thinking about anything, and it just kind of comes over. But I didn't realize when I was in San Diego that's when these energy attacks were happening, because it wasn't just happening to me. They were shorting out my phones. I went through like almost 20 phones. So I started to realize there's got to be some kind of connection, that something else is going on that is outside of me, that I was trying to put two and two together when I was just finding out about the TI community, when I knew nothing about what was going on. And I just became so angry, and I realized that wasn't serving me. And then I started to, try to go inward and start to get more into prayer and quiet my mind, and try to that was kind of an escape to figure out, this is a, sink or swim kind of situation. You either rise above it, it's a survival, kind of mechanism that's my go-to. And what you're saying seems to make sense, because if they're doing these energy attacks with your heart, and a lot of it is, I thought it was just psychosomatic, but, it makes sense that, you can overcome these, weapons that they think that nothing can, take them down. But there are methods and ways. And what you said makes sense, and I wish I'd known this, like I said, long ago. But it's better we know now, it's not too late.
Yeah. And like I said, just quick coherence technique. Shift my attention down into my heart. Breathe. Breathe. 5-second inhale.
Mm-hmm.
A little deeper and longer than usual. A 5-second exhale. Create a positive emotion, a memory from grandma, anything. Appreciation, compassion.
Animals. Animals is the best emotion.
Yes. And just breathe that just as slowly and as calmly as you can possibly muster. And then practice. Practice, practice, practice every day. Don't just do it one time. Do it every day.
Do you think that would help too with the weird nightmares that, not just me, but a lot of other people talk about, weird dreams of, people you've never seen before, it just seemed to come into your dreams like, where is this coming from? I've never seen this person, I've not watched anything, where is this stuff coming from? All these just
what I
just
think
weird.
about that is I know exactly what you're talking about. What I think about that is anytime I wake up 3 a.m. in the morning or 2:30 or whatever time it is, scream my lungs out. When I'm done, I wake up, I breathe. Big, deep breath. Breathe. And then it doesn't matter if I get to go back to sleep or not. It doesn't matter. What matters is I get oxygen in my body, my heart gets going, my heart tells my brain how to operate, and I do get sleep because I breathe.
Yeah, something so simple that we forget, makes such a difference. It makes sense because you're getting oxygen, you're kind of increasing your oxygen level, right?
Yes. Yes.
Because
and
your blood is oxygen.
I don't even know why it works. I know the oxygen, I know the science behind it, but I have no idea why I can go from unbelievable stress to all of a sudden automatic calm in like 3 minutes. It's just, it may not be normal, but it is true. It's what happens.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of divers probably use these techniques too to stay down there, when they have to endure stress, when they're coming into situations that, it's just you and, your thoughts when you're down there. And the same with pilots too. They have to control their breathing. So I imagine this applies to firefighters too. I mean, a lot of different situations.
Yep. All departments of the Air Force, Navy, Army, Aerospace Command, all of them. These
when
guys.
Did they start? When did they start using it? 1990?
1991.
Okay, I went in 85, so 91. Yeah, that was Desert Storm. So 91, I remember. Yeah, I wish we would have known about that. That really would have prevented a lot of situations. But why is it that they don't share it with the masses in the military and other, people across the board?
Deep state. That's why.
Oh. Okay. So they want to keep people in a constant, from my experience, they want to keep people in a constant state of angst and not to question anything and keep people in fear. And I wasn't going to give into that. It just didn't work for me in my spirit. So, a lot of people will disagree with me that, are yes sir men or no sir men or yes ma'am, no ma'am, whatever. But, I realize that you can question things without being rude or, without getting yourself into trouble, because at the end of the day, you're accountable for your actions, no matter you're in the military, no matter you're in your civilian job, no matter you're put into a personal situation. Your thoughts and your actions, sometimes we react rather than stop and kind of quiet our mind, like what you were saying, these techniques that would stop you from making a rash decision or, a wrong choice. And that would have saved me in some situations that, I wish I hadn't put myself in or allowed myself to react. And I let my emotions get the best of me.
Yeah.
I wish I'd known about this.
When it comes to emotions, for me, I can tell you, I don't block my emotions. I will turn off the TV, I'll turn off the phone, and I will bawl my eyes out when it's necessary. And nobody's around except for my two service animals, Molly and Bug.
Aww.
And Molly's passing away. She's on her way out. She's been with me for 14 years. And I would bawl my eyes out. And if I need somebody to come over and help me do that, I've got people that are close to me that will do that with me. So it's very, very important that I don't just treat this like it's a game, like it's a circus game. It's very, very serious stuff. And when I need to cry and bawl my eyes out and shake, and I'm not going to stop doing that until I'm done. Whether it's wee hours in the morning or whether it's 5 minutes at night, doesn't even matter. I'm going to finish doing that so that when I wake up in the next morning, I'm the best that I can be. Always. Every day.
Yeah, that's a healthy way of dealing with things. And our society and the way I was brought up, that you weren't supposed to do those things. You weren't supposed to show weakness. You weren't supposed to show emotion. I got penalized, and I saw a lot of awful things happen by showing emotions. So our society, unfortunately, unlike other societies, seem to have this. I think it comes from the UK, because from my experience, keeping that stiff upper lip and not, it's pride can be a really toxic thing, and I still struggle with it. I have to tell you, not pride, but not wanting people to feel sorry for me or not feeling like a victim. I think that conditioning, it's hard to overcome that when that's what you learned in your childhood, that's what you learned in the corporate world, that's what you learned in the military. It's so hard to overcome that.
It really is. And pride's not a bad thing. I can tell you from my experience just in the past year, when I went public with my story, 2019, April 5th, it was horrifying that I had to keep that stuff to myself for 24 years after testifying against the feds. It was not fun. And my family there's 8 kids. I've got my father still. My mother has passed away. And even though they don't understand and believe everything I'm talking about, they call me. They ask me how I'm doing. I call them. Like, if one family member goes out, the whole family is not the same. Not the same. We'll be okay. But it's different. And we will not let anyone go out of our family. It's just...
No. That's awesome that you have a close family like that. I know my father passed away, and he was my heart, and I've not been the same since. My mom, she's still alive, but she's got Alzheimer's and dementia, and she caught COVID about a month ago, and they were deciding, whether to kind of pull the plugs and put her into hospice care and just kind of call it a day and, say this is your last, time, and you can't visit her because, she's got COVID. But by some miracle, I started with my prayer group, asking for prayer, and by some miracle, and I believe in miracles, she turned around 360 degrees. Even though I had issues with her growing up because of her substance abuse, I played some songs for her to listen, even though she may not be able to recognize me or, be aware of, putting me on speakerphone and telling her, I care, I love you and all that. She came around and I said, people will die much quicker if they don't have that, stimulus, whether it's, face-to-face or audio or visual, and we need to realize about Alzheimer's and dementia is that you need to come to their level rather than bring them to your level of understanding and trying to reach them. So just keeping it simple and trying to, because they recall memories of long ago, rather than current things, from what little I understand about the disease.
Yeah. And but like I said, I always remember to breathe, but my mom, I can so relate. When you say thank you, when my mother trained me to say thank you and mean it every day. Mm-hmm. Say thank you for my life. Wake up in the morning and you get on your knees. Doesn't even matter. You don't have to get on your knees. Just say thank you. As soon as you crawl out of bed, thank you, Father, for my life. And then if you can do it at least one more time in that day, when you're being tortured, when you're being hurt by your friends and you're just a kid, you're going through it, and you say thank you for that. And you take a knee, you bow, not to anybody in particular, but you just bow. And you say thank you. You breathe, and you say thank you. Appreciation is a powerful, powerful thing. My mother, she passed away, gosh, it's going on 9 years now. And I died 6 months after that, came back to life.
Wow.
And so I understand what it means to say thank you and to mean it and to deal with all the things that come back at you that are not so kind. And you say thank you for that.
You died and you came back to life?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Wow. Did you have any supernatural experience or anything, or have you had supernatural experiences in your life?
I was enhanced. That's all I can tell you. I have a few memories, and I was enhanced.
That is really special. I like to share, that, and I encourage other people to share, any kind of spiritual, whatever their belief system is, any kind of supernatural experiences that they've had that they should have died, or they, or the friend or the family should have died, but they were brought back from the brink. And
can I tell you something?
You have a new appreciation, of people around you.
Yeah, I was off the call talking about. I was going to bed, and Frank texted me and said someone was asking about Harmath, and that was you. So I came back on.
Yeah, Frank is a dear, dear soul. He does so much.
I love this guy. He doesn't even know.
He is my heart. He is my heart. Yeah, he's got such a heart of gold. And I'm forever grateful for all the lives he's touched on all these calls and all these years.
And he never changes.
Amazing.
He's just like the Alpha and Omega. Like sorry about that, Frank. I shouldn't say shit like that.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate
it. He is amazing, and he doesn't ask for much at all, and has a lot of patience, more than I could ever have, with people that come on here like me with, their emotions and their baggage, and, he still holds his own, and, he still says a kind word, He doesn't make you feel like...
And he gives us the opportunity to come, because otherwise we wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for Frank.
That's right. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful, and I know everybody feels the same way. That maybe they may not realize saying it is really important, but we really need to say how we feel, because we're not promised tomorrow. So it's important. Don't just think that they assume that they know it. We got to say how, blessed we feel, that we have gratitude for the people that God's put in our life. Because it's even all these horrible situations, all this garbage has brought us together, and I think maybe that's God's plan, or creator, or whatever, whoever you want to call him. Maybe that's the plan. And like you said, compassion. And if I wasn't going through all the hard things that I've gone through in life, I don't know that I would be the same person that could have so much more compassion. And I think that that's the reason, that one of the reasons that we go through what we do is it increases our capacity for compassion. It opens our heart, even though it's breaking.
Yes. And I would love to hear
thankful.
Your story sometime. Like, I've heard some of your story, but I would love to hear all of your story, all of it.
No, it's not as interesting as everybody else's. Believe me, it's really not. But totally. I feel blessed, to hear everybody's story and what they've gone through, and almost incredible odds that they've overcome. And, even I don't know how I could overcome some of the things that some of the people I listen to, how they've overcome things and still overcome things every day.
Well, the cool thing to know is that Frank's like the sun. He's coming up tomorrow. We believe. We believe in him.
Yeah. We hope and pray, because he's definitely a shining star.
Yeah.
Even especially the holidays, when everybody's going through, we've got another holiday coming up, and people kind of feel at their best and at their worst at the same time when the holidays come around, especially this year. It's really encouraging that, he still holds the calls on the holidays, and everybody kind of, kind of lightens the mood and joke around about, what kind of keep the mood a little bit lighter and talk about things kind of maybe that we wouldn't normally talk about. But just kind of personal things that, when everybody's doing whatever they're doing. So it's important to share our stories and, not be critical, because it was so easy for me in the beginning of this to just lash out and be critical of things I didn't understand, and thinking that everybody or everything was out to get me when, that wasn't the case at all. That people were trying to help me, and I was just a mess. I was just really a mess, and so many people kind of help straighten me out, and saying, just chill out, just take a breath. And like you said, with this heart math, it kind of helps you center yourself when you think about it. Something that seems so simple that could do so much for your well-being and your emotional state when everybody's going through such emotions right now and such tragedies. But there's got to be a light at the end of this tunnel. I have to believe it, and I'm grateful that we're going to come out of this.
There is right now just that big, deep breath. That's where it's at.
Yeah, looking at our animals, like your dogs, they kind of help center you too, to make you realize, when they're yawning and they're taking a breath, it's something so simple they do automatically, that we kind of forget to do. And yeah, just kind of simplifying things and going back to basics.
Yeah, and I've got a cat too that purrs.
You got a whole zoo over there. I wish I could have a zoo on wheels. I'd take it all around and, kind of help people get through all these struggles, because it just seems like lately you just see all the anguish on people's faces, and you want to say something, even though, we're not all feeling, warm and fuzzy. At least we have our animals that we can try to, when someone is having a tough day, to kind of cheer them up, kind of help them kind of focus on something good.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the courage that you've given me talking. I really love you.
Thank you. I don't know that I've done that, but, thank you for sharing, what you have on the YouTubes that I've seen you do in the past, on Frank's call, and, that you've done with Ella, and it's just, really encouraging. And you have such a soothing tone of voice, too, like Frank, you just very kind of matter-of-fact, and melodical kind of a voice. So you could hypnotize someone.
Yes, I highly agree with that. It's Ann from St. Louis. I've been listening to what everybody's been saying. Hello. Is that Jesse? When you said you had your emotional support animals?
Yes, ma'am.
Or is that... Okay.
Molly is...
What you got, 2 kitty cats or a couple of dogs or
you got
a
Siamese cat and a deer-head chihuahua. And Molly is the cat.
Okay.
Passing away.
So, where can see this? I'm always looking for some kind of information. I'm actually interested in maybe taking a course to be some kind of library sciences person, because that's helping me with my remote neural monitoring and my horrific V2K. Is just trying to. I hear what you were saying. What's your name? The lady that has that's dealing with the Alzheimer's, or mom with Alzheimer's.
Oh, this is Amy. I was talking about my mom had Alzheimer's and dementia, but she's 84. So I think I'm wondering if it wasn't brought on by the substance abuse, because I've read that alcoholism, can really set you up for that. But then again, on one side of the family, there is that genetically.
Oh, that's right. Well, there's a lot of factors that go into that. So I wanted to ask about the
responding.
Oh, what was happening there? Another country heard from. But the emotional support.
He's been trying to speak for a while now.
Oh,
we're not listening. Even when I'm teaching, sometimes you're so busy responding that you're not listening. So when
Frank, I'm going to go now. I love you guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jess.
But you haven't learned anything.
Talk to you again.
because you're not trained to listen. You want everybody to know that you're in the room and you want to be seen and you want to be heard, but every now and then you have to be still.
Okay.
It's recording, Frank.
Well, I still don't have the right channel, but I think it's the headphones.
No, I'm saying, Frank, that audio was a recording.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I don't know. That's me. That's what I'm perceiving.
What recording?
From New York.
Yeah, well, we don't need that, so that's not happening. Yeah, it's hard for me to hear. I mean, I've got the left channel.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. It's just...
So you're basically got a gaming headset on, just one speaker.
Yeah, I just got one side.
Yeah, I only have one. I got like a gaming headset on.
They're AKGs.
What's the difference between
by Harman?
Regular? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're AKGs by Harman, so they were a good set.
Yeah.
Oh, they
I
have
used
so many
to prefer
different
the Sonys when I was doing videography, but
yeah, Sonys were in my studio too. They were
that's what I was wearing.
A set.
They're like $100 headset.
Yeah, the studio version's a lot more. They were
sometimes
silver.
It's very well worth the money to go ahead and buy the headphones. People are like, why are you spending that kind of money on headphones? It's like, hey, wait a minute now. If they're very well made and you take care of them, they will last you a very long time. Instead of buying the cheap ones where you have to buy every couple, 3 or 4 months. So what's the difference between a gaming headset? Because I've seen that before in listings, but I don't know what that is. And then just a regular. Why don't they just call it just a basic pair of headphones? I mean, what is? Is it the drivers? Is it the bass that makes a gaming headset not regular headphones? I mean, I don't know. We ought to have a class here called Headphones 101. How would that be?
There you go.
There we go. It's like some of this is very interesting, highly interesting to me. And when you got V2K, you're all ears when it comes to anything that could drown them out.
New York City. Oh. What's the deal with the noise in the background, sir? You can be done quick.
We're getting a free concert, I take it. Well, that's all I wanted to know. Why do they call them gaming headphones instead of just headphones? Plain and simple.
Well, sometimes gaming headphones have their own little firmware chips in there, and they provide you with background music and little drums and stuff.
Oh, really? That could come in handy. And I don't make it easy on these people. I let them know, hey, I'm not going to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Black Web is one of the ones that I picked up a long time ago that had drums in them. The drums were there all the time.
Because I listen to all kinds of music. So is it a lot of drumming like Genesis?
Yeah, but it's drumming that you don't want, that doesn't go to a song.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm still learning.
Part of the headset.
I might have to put up a page on Targeted Mass and call it the Earphones 101 Study Group or something. As I mean, some of this is like a foreign language to me. They talk about capacitors and ohms and transponders and transceivers. It's like, yeah, I love it, but what are you talking about? I guess that would be like ham radio language, I guess.
Not really. General electronic.
It's general electronics. Hey, word of the day. You know, I talk about a capacitor, a transponder, and all that good stuff.
Okay, we got
That was Back to the
48.
Future. They talked about capacitor, wasn't it?
We've had a lot of calls that were concerned with electronics. So we've gone through the gambit with a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, I noticed that it seems like when you're closer to the fusion centers, that's where it really, when I didn't even know about that, that's what was going on. That's where they shorted out every cell phone that I had. It seemed like I was buying one every other week or every other month. So you said there's 78, right?
78. 78 what?
Fusion centers.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I don't think we have a couple in Massachusetts. That's what I think.
It would be interesting to test it out, to drive by and see, if it affects your cell phone or your internet or technology.
Yeah, it would actually.
Well, there is frequencies on these apps that you can, listen to the radio calls, so maybe at the same time. Oh, they probably wouldn't say that over the radio, though. When the police calls, police, ambulance, whatever, EMS. I just don't understand why most of these people taking the COVID shot, why they're not questioning any of it. It really scares me.
Why they're not taking it?
Why they're not questioning, taking it.
Oh, yeah, they should be.
Like stadiums. They just seem to be fighting. Even the NBA is fighting over, saying because they pay higher taxes, they should be first in line to get the vaccine. Why does everybody seem to be so anxious to get it, thinking that that's going to end everything? It's not. They just have no idea. Why don't they try to educate themselves, to some of these doctors and finding out what's really behind it? They just think it's just a vaccine and that's all it is, when they don't really understand. Do you ever talk to the brother that was at MIT or still at MIT?
I haven't talked to him for a while.
It would be interesting to know, what he might know about this, since a lot of the studies and things going on with this is coming out of MIT. The now technology part especially.
Yeah, well, I had some words with him on the subject, and
it would be really cool if we could get some people from MIT to talk about, what they know about it, but I bet nobody wants to talk.
Well, the people at Rice University surely will talk about it.
Rice University? Where's that?
I'm not sure, but if you go to YouTube, type in Rice University and Tesla phoresis.
Sovereign Man.
Tesla phoresis.
I want to go plug these headphones into something else. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, did you catch that?
Rice University, Tesla, what?
Phoresis, P-H-E-R-E-S-I-S, Tesla phoresis. It is essentially they take nanotech. They got self-assembling carbon nanotubes, and they actually act like a spider web when they're. Yeah, this is about creating a wiring system. Now they just happen to have nanotubes laying around, so we figured out somehow to generate a frequency and show you how these things can make a wire at a distance, it says.
Oh yeah, it says scientists at Rice University have discovered that the strong force field emitted by a Tesla coil causes carbon nanotubes to self-assemble into a long wire, a phenomenon they call telephoresis. The team led by Rice chemists.
Tesla phoresis.
I'm sorry, Tesla phoresis.
Yeah.
Led by chemist Paul Shirokini, reported its results as of ACS Nano.
Right, but if you go to YouTube, it actually shows it to you.
Okay, I see something.
And if you look at the date on that, I think it's 2015. Now they released that to the public in 2015.
Yeah, 20.
Okay,
was published
they're lying
2015.
to us. They've had this technology for quite some time. They're just releasing it, and this is a lower level of what they actually can do.
Wow. Built by scientists don't limit their aspirations.
Yeah, it's pretty wicked, if you ask me. The guy acts like it's no big deal. This is wonderful. We could do so much with this. Damn Skippy didn't do a lot with it.
I had
self-assembling wires.
I had an idea about what might be going on. It's unlikely, but with this COVID and Trump and the leader, I don't know his.
You want to hear my
name?
My thoughts on it.
So hear me out on this.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Trump, yeah, right. Trump and the leader, Kanchai or whatever his name is, are shaking hands.
But listen, Frank's saying he don't want to keep it a political call, and this is above politics. This is about a eugenics program to populate the planet.
Right, exactly. It's eugenics.
But they're shaking hands, and there's something going on there.
Because listen.
And so they've got the
bullshit.
It's just relevant. What?
It is still relevant. I guess. I'm sorry, but.
What can I talk about? What can I talk about, guys?
Sovereign Man was trying to speak.
I'm saying.
Well, go for it.
You could go on about the politics and who's going to go to jail and all that other thing. We'll see about that on the 22nd. But right now, what's relevant is that people are dying. Are they dying from COVID? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I know that there's $10 million that is a challenge. It is up for grabs for anyone that can substantially isolate and identify COVID. Okay? There has been no takers yet.
Yeah.
So number one,
and the vaccines are saline water.
Or treatment.
It's not.
It is not a vaccine. It's something other than a vaccine that's hidden under the guise of a vaccine.
Placebo.
Mm-hmm. It's not placebo. This is a genetic changing code.
Genetic altering.
It is technology that is going to change the Earth's population
DNA.
at the genetic level.
Yep.
There are people that are already being genetically changed, and they're having very adverse reactions to it. People are dying from getting the vaccine, all the way up to having like epilepsy, palsy, all kinds of problems.
Bell's palsy, paralysis.
Is that being led by microwave transmitted signals?
Well, listen, if it wasn't
it's like a conductor.
So evil,
the nanotechnology is a conductor.
How this thing has been constructed. It is in conjunction with the electronics that are surrounding the planet. That's the network that they put up to basically control this technology within you.
Mhm. Yeah, the doctor explained it. The Dr. Carrie Medage said it's like you're having a cell phone.
But a lot of people, and I heard her pronounce it. Her name is Dr. Madej. The J is silent.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just want to share that. Yeah, I've seen her do a video. Like if you go to stopworldcontrol.com, Dr. Carrie Madej is in the first video. I implore everybody to go there and watch it. That's a good foundation.
I saw her video, I think it was in May, way back when she was talking about this, and they wanted to keep her silent, but she's been going on a lot of different channels and speaking out, which she's risking her life and her friends and family's life doing that, but I commend her for that.
She had also mentioned how she was invited to a conference. I think she was either in a call. I have it. I can find it if you bear with me. But she was in a call with another. I believe it was Dr. Mikovits or maybe Sherry Tenpenny. But she had mentioned how she was invited to a conference, and when she got there, she realized that it was a transhumanism conference.
Oh.
And after the conference, they came to her and they said, you need to get on board with this because and she said, no, I'm a Christian and I could never agree with that.
Wow. I think I heard that too. I think Dr. Carrie mentioned that she went to a conference and she didn't realize that's what it was about.
Right, and they said, you're going to join us one way or the other. So I like that. They actually threatened her. Excuse me.
Well, I just found something on Google that says Google's artificial intelligence reveals the purpose of life before it's switched off. And this was just 4 months ago.
Yeah.
Google's artificial intelligence reveals the purpose of life before it's switched off.
The purpose of life before it is switched off?
Yeah. Meaning that's what this nanotechnology, that's what that technology will be. That's what the implant is in the vaccine is you can be switched on and off. They can take you out.
It's a kill switch. You don't comply, you don't consent, we'll switch you off. Or also, if you want to be a dissident, we'll shut down your ability to do commerce. We'll shut down your access to resources.
Yeah, that's the other part of it is the, like I think I heard on Frank's call a couple times ago talking about the e-commerce that the Chinese have already been doing it with, the implant and getting rid of banking, and you'll have a credit system. It won't be money.
It'll be your social status.
This isn't in the future. This is in the almost now.
This is real time. This is happening on the planet, and China is the model. It's communitarianism, which is equal to Luciferianism.
Mhm. We've been led to believe that it's the mark of the beast is in the hand or the forehead, but we've been fooled on that one. This is internal.
We've been fooled on a lot of things.
Yeah. But you know what? We don't have to go along with it. We don't have to comply.
I think the mark, which the word in Scripture is shargma, meaning to puncture the skin. And when you say it's in your hand and in your forehead, that actually means in your thoughts and in your deeds.
Well, yeah, that's a good metaphor.
Testing. 1, 2, testing.
Is it? Hey, Frank.
Hey, how you doing?
I am blessed, brother.
I'm using my...
You're 5x5.
Okay.
How we coming back at you?
Oh, 5x5.
Great. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to replace that other set of headphones, but these work pretty nice. So
the other set took a hit for the team.
Yep, it did. And fortunately, the Sennheiser mic is all right.
Sennheiser mic is.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good one. How much was that thing, may I ask?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but it was very expensive.
Yeah, Sennheiser's like top of the line. When I was doing videography, that's what we were using as the wireless mics.
I'm going to get not a Shure. Yeah, actually, it might be a Shure.
Yeah, Shure's not bad either.
SB70. It's the overhead that everybody uses.
Yeah. The one that's on the arm.
Yep.
Only thing I got on my arm is a magnifier.
Magnifier, huh?
Yeah, magnifier, because I do small work, detail work.
Hey,
plus
Frank.
Yes,
sir.
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, don't be.
Well, I wanted to ask a question about. We're in a noise campaign for what I'm going through and the ways that I fight back, and with my banners that I make up and messaging and all the things I do to pass out flyers and what. But from our front door to the street is about 35 to 40 yards away. And the inside of the house, the first light fixture would be 50 yards to the street. And in this noise campaign, it almost it's a red pickup truck that's been lowered. The suspension is, but he'll throttle it and allow. He'll open a valve or a flap, a manifold opener, closer, or whatever, and baffle, you might say, in the exhaust. And this loud roaring is going through, and ultimately, is there a way for them to knock out light bulbs in your house with this electronic pulse from throttling the engine in some way and pointing a weapon at the house?
Yeah, well, I think that the noise created by the vehicle is a cover.
There could very well be. That's a good. I haven't looked at it that way.
I'm near, like, quote unquote, one of these high metropolitan areas, and what they'll do is before they do like a shooting, they'll light off fireworks to cover the shooting.
Yes.
I don't know if you know about that.
Oh my gosh, they did that. New Year's Eve. The big aerials, the bombs bursting in air in the Star Spangled Banner. They were doing that.
Interdependence Day.
Yeah. But New Year's Eve, it was a war zone over here.
Yeah,
I heard bullets ricocheting off of buildings and stuff.
Oh yeah, and hey, it's okay that you hear them ricocheting. It's the ones you don't hear are the ones you gotta fear.
They go up and come back down and poke holes in people's cars and stuff.
One New Year's Eve, I was up on a roof with a friend of mine. We wanted to see the fireworks downtown, right?
Yeah.
So we get up on the we go up on the roof. There's actually it's an older building, and there's like we go up this. They have steps, and then they have an elevator, and the elevator rises up above the roof because all the motors and stuff are up there. And so we get up and we climb out. I climb out on the roof, and my buddy's getting ready to come out, and I hear something going zoop zoop by me. I said, "Oh, dude." I said, I hopped back in that shelter, that little room that's on top of the on the roof, and he said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Dude, just stand here and listen. Listen, don't go out on that roof. You know, it's what you don't hear. Like they're shooting these things off like many blocks away, and you ain't hearing the boom anymore. It's like a war zone. You just hear them whizzing by you."
Oh yeah.
And I said, "No, we're not going out there tonight."
Well, the ones that are basically going up and not at a trajectory of any kind go up and they come back down and poke holes and stuff.
Right.
And I saw a dumpster. I saw a dumpster that had a bullet hole in it because of a bullet that came back down, straight down. That's a pretty stout piece of metal for a falling bullet to do. It's still got the rifling spin on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's the breather. Is it Fireman? You got your mic open, Fireman.
And my beard, Frank, rubs up against my microphone hole, and that's what that rubbing weird noise is. Well, and I forget about that.
You have to be aware of it.
Now that I know what it is, I need to hold it while I'm talking.
Yeah.
And it won't do that. And I apologize for all the noise it makes.
Oh, that's okay. Can you? You're out in the trash can again. Can you get closer?
Oh, hold on. Is this any better?
Yeah, your echo chamber sound is getting crazy.
Oh, is it? I'm treating echo.
It's echoing like you're in a tube.
Any better? No?
That's pretty good. That sounds good.
That sounds
better?
Good. Yep.
Better.
That gain on the mic was high. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
All right, man. I'm doing pretty good. Who is this?
This is Frank.
Hey, Frank, how are you?
Good. Sovereign man's there.
Yeah, me, Janie, and Anthony out here in Suffolk. We got together today, and we're just doing like a little meter reading, but we're just having difficulty with the with just like calibration and trying to find a base and whatnot. But I don't know if anybody can do that. But it was pretty good. It was pretty good. We met up, we had lunch, and came up with some plans.
Where'd you have lunch?
We ate up at the Wendy's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. Man, that pretzel thing is really good. I discovered it.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I don't know about the pretzel thing, but I know Wendy's burgers are scrumptious. They're like real fresh. But do you know what I miss?
Wait, say again?
Know what I miss at Wendy's?
What?
Was the fried chicken, man. They did fried chicken back in the day.
A fried chicken? Did they?
Oh yeah, it was the best. They had the bigger breast. It was
Oh
the
man.
best fried chicken with the large breast. It was great. I don't know. Anybody else know about Wendy's fried chicken?
I try and stay away from that stuff because it's.
The oil is poison.
Well, they say that there's more. 1.25% rat turds are allowed.
Well,
I'm not kidding.
Well, Frank embellished it.
Hey, watch it, Frank.
The FDA
They'll make
allows
it a new Chinese delicacy.
what do they call that? Insect matter and vermin fecal matter or whatever is allowed.
Yeah.
But
I think KFC does that.
Yeah, thank you, the agency that is here to save us.
Hey Frank, I just sent you. There's a new movie out called Outside the Wire.
Oh,
it's a sci-fi movie. It says, in the near future, a drone pilot is sent into war zone, finding himself paired up with a top secret android officer on a mission to stop a nuclear attack. That was just, I saw that today, the preview, so I sent you the trailer.
Oh, great.
So the military guy is half android and half human.
Oh, wow.
So that's a feature.
Yeah, he's enhanced.
Yeah, enhanced. We'll all be enhanced. That's what this COVID is about.
Not if I can help it. Yeah, this is all predictive programming on what.
I'm not taking the COVID. No way. Okay, so I won't be able to buy stuff, and I won't be able to sleep. Be able to live anywhere, and I won't be able to travel. Okay. I guess we'll all be, living underground.
We're in the woods, in the mountains.
Hey, this is when we go to the streets and it gets in the streets and protests this bullshit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Rob, I had to mute you. You're digging a tunnel, it sounds like.
Yeah. Apartment underground there.
Yeah, but nice logo, though.
Yeah, when you straighten it out, hit *6 and you can rejoin us. Or if you're on computer, just make that little orange microphone green.
Where are I'm in an apartment, which are a lot of other TIs that I know. Where is this microwave? I feel bad for not knowing a lot of this stuff y'all are talking about, because you're talking about Skylar waves, which definitely interested in that. Learning more about that. So is it something that's coming through my just through the walls in my windows, everybody's windows, or is that just kind of all over, or is it? If
you have a satellite that's directly above you, or a source that's directly above you, the many floors that you can put between you and the sky, the better.
Okay.
So I would say most of them are coming straight down.
Because when you say satellite, I can't look up into the sky and say, "Oh, okay, that's a drone," or "That's a whatever whirligig that is." I know whirligig is not an educated word, but that's okay. I'm getting better with that.
The closest satellites are 240 miles up.
Okay, I can deal with that. 240. Okay, yeah.
And they have them 27,000 miles out.
Okay.
So that's quite
like I said, because I have TIs that I'm trying to help, and they're like, you all are talking about cloning and some of this computer stuff, and that causes a lot of them to feel like even way worse than they're already feeling. So that's why I asked like 9 million questions about some of this stuff.
That's not nice.
I know. Because I was at a conference before, and somebody asked somebody else a technical question, and the person came back with, "That's way over your head." It's like, who are they to say that that's way over someone's head or not? And that's over your head. I guess like these satellites y'all are talking about, huh? But, okay, so they're up there. Is a drone? A drone? That's an aircraft.
Okay, the drones that people are talking about that are stationed are not really winged aircraft. They have anywhere between 4 and 6 rotors. That's the only way a drone can stay stationary.
So it's like treading air instead of treading water.
Well, yeah, it can lift off straight up and come back down, and it can stay stationary in one spot. But the only problem,
like a helicopter.
Yeah, like a helicopter, just like that.
Okay.
Have it using rotors, between 4 and 6 rotors. The police have one. It's about 5 foot square, and I've seen a military one that's about the same size. But
wow.
It's packed with electronics, naturally.
Okay, yeah, the altimeter.
As far as a winged drone being stationary, it's not going to happen.
Okay. So that's where we get a lot of our V2K noise, because that's what it is, basically. They were talking about that on a call one time. They said, if the volume of your V2K is, the decibel level is like just about to run you out of there, which a lot of it does, but I'm dealing with that.
Depends upon the perpetrator.
What's that?
Depends upon the perpetrator.
Oh, I see. Well, they felt like that that if the volume on that is very high or just very intensive, then that means wherever the source of that, the audio source, I guess, as I'm still learning, is coming from.
No breathing phone, hon.
It's very, very close. There's somebody who conked out. Oh, satellites at it again, huh? Okay.
Well, this has been around a lot longer than drones. It's been around a lot longer than cell phones, too. But,
I'm still learning about a lot of that. It's very fascinating to me. I'm always interested in just learning what I can. That's how I'm going to be able to really cope with this thing. I'm wearing them out.
Yeah, none of this is very fascinating to me.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So when they're up there in the sky, so basically it might be coming from there, because it's mostly at night. Like in the evening, it's like if I didn't know any better, they're turning on something.
Amy?
And,
yeah?
Oh.
You're breathing into your phone, hon.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to mute.
Okay.
So they have something that they can switch on. I mean, I wonder if it might be coming from my appliances, or that's why I tend to keep.
No,
I don't know.
They will use appliances to augment the noises that they already have. They can't. I'll give you an example. You can walk into the bathroom, right? Flip the switch and the fan comes on. They can talk using that fan. The minute you switch the light out, they lose volume altogether.
Oh, that's why I keep it more than a little dark in here. I mean, they're probably wondering what the hell is her major malfunction. Lights.
The light's not going to make any noise. I was speaking about the exhaust fan. if you have.
Okay. No, I don't think I have one. I could talk to you about that another time.
Okay.
I'm just curious, so that way I can strategize. You know, it's like, okay, well, they got that on. Well, I can get something to countermand that, because I can't sit here and just because that's smart. Ooh, and that microwave stuff. Try to shield as best I can. Try to stay hydrated and stay motivated and stay positive. You know, but sometimes, you know, they really. So I just wonder where it could be.
Yeah. Yeah. I just, Sovereign Man, are you still here?
Yeah, hey, Soft Man, what you got?
Ahoy, ahoy.
Do you want to start? Do you want to do an after call?
If there is an
demand?
interest.
Sure.
I'm definitely interested.
It's 12:25. Can you plan on 1 o'clock?
Yeah, I'll have to reboot, but I can do that.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, I'll reboot and I'll send you the data.
Okay.
Can you text it to me? Is it the same
No,
number?
we'll give it out. We'll give you the audio. We'll say it out audibly.
And
we'll help
I
assist it out.
Great, because I can help take notes and get it to anybody that has a reading impairment.
Yeah.
Well, it's a print impaired. Well, I mean, like I was saying earlier,
if you have a software on your system that reads, you're good to go.
Right, but I'm talking about those that are not able to hold on to a device. I know print challenge.
I understand. Also, those that aren't necessarily visually impaired, but are physically impaired, actually.
Yeah, that would fall under reading impaired. That's why they have library equipment with extra large buttons, and they have a remote that you can plug in, so someone that's confined to bed can operate it independently.
Yeah.
And be able to maintain some dignity and be able to read, because that's how I've been able to cope, is through a lot of stuff. Being born into a disability, that's one of my links to sanity right there was reading in accessible formats. And I'm happy to help with anything like that. So if anybody has any questions about that, I'd be more than happy to answer. You know, like how do you read something, a PDF document, and you can't see? Or how do you access this type of information if your language is different from what that document is? You know, that type of stuff.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
How do you distinguish paper money?
Okay, that's a very common question. There's a lot of ways that people can handle that. Yeah, because they have all the stories out there about how you meant to hand somebody $20 and you gave them a $50. So what you can do, one thing that it can be done is, like, if you know that it's $20 each time, you know, you fold your money that way, or you put that denomination, that particular bill, apart from the other money, so you don't hand out too little or too much. Like, there's a reverse of that. Like, if you owe $20 for something and you handed them a $1, you know, that's not not great either. So there's money clips on different devices. They have what's called OCR, Optical Character Recognition. This is the positive use of artificial intelligence. So it'll read out loud.
I have an idea, and I got this idea, you won't believe it, but remember when they came out with the little strips? They're not in the $1 bill, but they're in the 5 up to the 100 and all in between. And it's this little strip, and it says the bill's amount on that little mylar strip, like a tape recording type of material, mylar. And listen to this. And to wave a little device that tells the blind persons what their bill size is, with the the AI or a electronic device, and it says it verbally. It says $5.
Yeah. In other countries,
$10.
In other countries, the denominations are different sizes.
Well, that's why this device he's talking about has been invented eons ago. It's called a money reader.
Yeah, well, the Mylar strip is different in each denomination, and what the quote unquote people that do the raids on other people's homes, it's a subcarrier wave on the Ka band radar guns. It sends out a frequency, and that's how when people get pulled over, we pulled you over because we know that you have cash in the car. You know, how do they figure that out? It's because that subcarrier band or that subcarrier wave interacts with the Mylar strip, and actually each one of those strips resonate at a different frequency.
I used to pull the little strips out of bills. I'd get the very fine needle nose tweezers, get a hold of the strip and super glue it onto the tweezers, and just give it a nice gentle yank, and out it comes. It just comes right out.
I see.
Yeah, but what would be the purpose of that? To hide the cash?
No. It was just a mischievous destruction of. I was just being.
You were essentially reverse engineering.
No big deal. Yeah.
I got you. I do it all.
I was young and stupid. I did that the first time when I was about 25. But that's about when I can remember when they did it. They came out with those little strips, and it does say the bill amount on the 10 across the magnetic strip.
Yeah.
It is a magnetic strip. It could be read with a device held in your hand.
They've had those forever. As a matter of fact.
Oh, they have.
They've had that for a long time, a really long time.
Well, maybe that's the reason why they put that strip in there, is to read in a machine, and so the blind people can get around easier with their money and stuff, and not be cheated. Or a mistake or whatever, not being cheated per se, but a mistake may be made. Well, when you've got that device in your hand, there's little mistakes being made.
Right. That is a more high-tech way of identifying money. Some
that's what I'm talking about.
Some visually impaired persons, they will fold that bill a certain way, or they'll roll it up, or they'll, like I said, just put it in an area that's apart from the other money. There's the RFID wallets. I don't know. No matter what you do, I mean, they know what's going on in there. I mean, they've known about it. I mean, sometimes you just wonder, why the hell am I doing any of this? But so getting back to my microwave stuff, it's coming through, because it feels like they are frying my feet sometimes. And there are times also that I get poked in my eyes.
The dust that becomes airborne from all the nanotech spraying, the chemtrails come down and lands on everything, and then the wind blows and it's dry and it creates a dust. It becomes airborne of years and years of nanotech piling up on rooftops and out in the fields and it's just everywhere. And your breathing thickens, your eyes burn, your face is on fire. It just makes you miserable.
I get lasered in the eye, so if you're getting poked in the eye, it could be laser.
It's not like I can see it anymore because they have totally messed my eyes up, like real bad. I mean, I used to have pretty decent high partial vision. I even have reason to believe that at one time I could actually see 20/20. But it was when I was a very young child. Because when I was being told about how my disability happened, they said that when I was brought from, you know how they take care of a new baby after they deliver one, that when I was taken back to my family, there was a scratch on my eye, one of my eyes, that, and, you know, I heard that and I figured, well, that was from the birth, or that was some because, you know, they have to put medicine in the eyes to
silver nitrate.
Yeah. So I wonder if they gave me too much silver nitrate when I was, because I was born in 73. They haven't used silver nitrate drops in like a very long time because they have other means of treating, you know, any type of eye infection in a new baby. They have like an ointment. They've got some drops. But yeah, that's what they used to use, the silver nitrate.
Yeah.
But I mean, see, that's my area of expertise because I took child development a lot because I wanted to go into the special education field, but not really a teacher. I just wanted to keep a bunch of doors open. So that was my area of interest that I pursued, kind of a lot of self-study, and I took some classes on it. But I just figured when I was told about the scratch, I figured it was from where they were trying to deliver my head, and sometimes they have to, you know, use instruments to help that happen, so you'll be okay. And then, you know, if there's anything that's, you know, they'll just take care of it later, basically, is what I'm saying. So I didn't put two and two together. There's a book that I'm very interested in getting. It's called Ghosts from the Nursery. Have you all ever heard about that phenomenon?
No.
Basically, there are people that have done studies about how people can become so violent later in life. You know, and you know, the school shootings, them giving us V2K and stuff like that. They've linked a lot of that through case histories, and they noticed a lot of the population that they sampled, I guess is the right word I'm looking for, had like very, very traumatic early childhood experiences that left an imprint on them that just carries through all the way through their life.
Sounds very logical, very feasible, possible.
So, I don't know. It's interesting.
Okay. Do we have anybody else that would like?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Would like to join in? No, don't go anywhere, Ann.
Okay.
Frank, did you say join hands?
Yeah, join hands, Mark.
Are we
join?
Yeah, okay, and we're going to have a prayer.
No.
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 I want to see if somebody was supporting Ann's conversation.
Oh yeah. Prayer's not a bad idea.
Frank?
Yes, sir.
Frank, got some, how many people's left on the call?
50.
50 people.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I wanted to let the TI community know that we have proof now of a chromatic skin that the military has that is not visible through any visual spectrum including infrared and thermal imaging, and it is being used. I'll get you the PDF information sent to you, but cloaking is old school. Invisibility is happening.
Is it biological?
Do they show
skin?
Oh, okay. Do they show a picture of a guy standing there holding a piece of material?
No, this is a skin. This is a skin. It's just a layer, a thin layer that is like a suit. It's not a blanket. It's something they can don their whole entire body with. And this is something, the cloaking techniques for blankets and all that stuff that has been seen have been around for quite a few years. This is a chromatic skin. It's not biological. But anyway, just wanted to make sure everyone is aware. I'll get the information sent to you. I don't have a way to send it, so I'll have to get someone to send it to you.
You can send a link to the PDF.
Yeah. Well, I can on this phone. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We're moving over to Sovereign Man's credentials.
Is test check? Is there a title to that, Richard?
Yeah.
There's a better title, but I don't have access. I've been digging around and calling some other people for the last 2 hours, trying to put it all together. So I got a big jumbled up pile of mess here. And
well, I'll pray that you find it, brother.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Don't you worry about it.
I know you on it.
Sorry, guys. Just wanted to get that in there before you ended the call.
I appreciate you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Sovereign Man, we need your numbers. Okay, for those of you dialing in, 425-436-6280. Access code 284826. Online meeting ID, targeted alter, ALTER. So once again, that is 425-436-6280. Access code 284826. Online meeting ID, targeted alter.